I know. It's getting so weird when I'm up here. I'm going to have to get shooter glasses for my contacts.
Ready to go.
Here we go. We are live.
Good morning, members and guests. Let us call the meeting of the Board of Equalization together. Our first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance, and we would ask that Mr. Vossen lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Members, Mr. Vossen is asked to make a public comment. We'll take that up first. Mr. Vossen is Executive Director with the Seaside, Sand City, Delray, Monterey Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
I sit here.
Yes, please.
It's Delray Oaks, by the way, but that's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Anyway, as the executive director of the Chambers of Commerce, one of our attention came to one of our members who's a local tailor, and I've been going to him for years. And for years, because I'm short and stocky, I always have to buy pants and take it to him to hem my legs up a bit. So it's always been $8 or $9. The last 4 months, he's been charging me sales tax. And I asked what brought that about, and he said, well, I was audited by State Board of Equalization. And at the first time, he didn't tell me, but later he told me that they actually audited him and collected from him $10,000 for the past 3 years. This guy is a small immigrant from Vietnam, came here many, many years ago, a very upstanding, citizen of the community, one-man business operation, and when the State Board of Equalization comes in and says, you owe $10,000, instead of arguing, he paid. And I think the problem is really the law that was able to be enforced has to do with supposedly new clothing. So if I buy a pair of pants from Kohl's or whatever, and I take that straight to him, apparently those pants are still new. I think that once I've taken possession of them, they're not new anymore, just as a car. I buy a car. Once I take possession of that car, it's not a new car anymore. And so it's up to him to determine what articles of clothing are new. Now, one of the arguments that came from a gentleman from the State Board of Equalization was that he's increasing the value of that item. Well, come on. I go and buy a pair of pants for $39, and I have them hem them up to my size. I can't get another $9 for those pants. It hasn't increased the value to me. And the burden that's put onto him that says he's got to be able to tell what's new and what's used. And if I buy a pair of pants and put them on before I walk into a shop, are they used? I get different answers from different people I've talked to. I think, no offense, and I'm 65 years old, I think this is one of the more greedier things that the state of California does. Again, the difference of the new and used is kind of funny. And when one of the gentlemen I talked to with the State Board of Equalization says, well, it depends on how you determine new. I believe that once I buy that item, it's not new anymore. And so I understand if you go to a big place and you're getting your suit adjusted and it's all in the price, then the whole thing, that has to have sales tax on it. But for this labor intensive, for using just a little tiny bit of thread to charge a sales tax on the whole $9 operation, I think is just unfair and just out of this. I went to my local assemblyman, Mark Stone, didn't know of it, and everybody I talked to, they say, what? And I can understand and accept that if my wife brought a skirt and it needed a zipper, maybe the zipper cost him, I don't know, $3 or $4. Maybe he should sell it for $6 or $7, then sales tax should be applied to that. But for a tailor, a small gentleman, to be able to determine what's new and used, I think that's putting too much burden on him. And hitting him with $10,000. I mean, if I was the tailor in that shop, I would have been screaming bloody murder. I would have been up here and yelling. He's a nice guy, quiet guy, doesn't want to disturb anything. And that's the problem, is that we get a law like that somehow into the books, and we get somebody that they go out and they hit these guys, and says, oh yeah, we got him. Well, you know, enough is enough of that. And I think that has to be straightened out. Now, I don't know if it's something I need. I think I'll go over to see my legislators at the state. I guess I need to go there. But I think there's just something wrong with that. It sends a wrong signal out. And that's it.
Thank you
I
very
thank you.
much
I
for
thank you
your
very much.
testimony. Ms. Richmond, what is our next? Ms. Richmond, what is our next matter?
Our next matter on today's agenda is the Legislative Committee. Ms. Ma is the chair of that committee. Ms. Ma?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are going to get an update from our Legislative Director, Michelle Pielsticker. We are opening up the Legislative Committee. Michelle.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members. Michelle Pielsticker, Legislative and Research Division. And this is to provide an overview of the status of BOE-related bills upon the adjournment of the 2015 legislative session. One of the larger issues the legislature addressed this year is medical cannabis regulation, and a number of bills were introduced in the session and a number of bills passed. So I'll start with the bill that is going to be continued into January. It's a 2-year bill, which was sponsored by Chairman Horton, AB 567 Gibson. And that bill provided for a tax amnesty program for medical cannabis-related businesses and imposed other non-tax related restrictions on the sale of medical cannabis. AB 266 enacts the Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act to establish a comprehensive licensing and regulatory framework for the cultivation, manufacture, transportation, storage, distribution, and sale of medical marijuana. And it establishes the Bureau of Medical Marijuana Regulation within the Department of Consumer Affairs to administer and enforce the Medical Marijuana Act. And the licensing and regulatory framework will be administered by the Department of Consumer Affairs. It oversees dispensaries, distributors, transporters, and special dispensaries. Department of Food and Agriculture and the Department of Public Health, who would oversee the manufacture and testing of laboratory licenses. Also requires the BOE, in consultation with the Department of Food and Agriculture, to adopt a system for reporting the movement of commercial cannabis and cannabis products through the distribution chain as specified. And it takes effect on or before January 1, 2016. Are there any questions about AB 266? Okay. SB 643 enacts an additional licensing and
Sorry,
Yes.
Ms. Harkey has a question.
Hi, I just have I'm going to ask just a few questions, and one is for reporting the movement of commercial cannabis and cannabis production through the distribution chain. What does that mean?
That means that
How do we have, I guess what I'm asking is, do we have a procedure that is at least roughly outlined? You don't have to go into every detail, but I'd like to see it if we do, and
Sure.
just so that, you know, because that's a tall order.
Right. So we are to work in coordination with the Department of Food and Ag to develop a track and trace system for the movement through the distribution chain. And that track and trace system would employ secure packaging, and it would enable us to know who's selling to whom throughout the distribution chain. So when the cultivator makes a sale to the distributor or to the manufacturer, we would, at that point, know that the sale occurred, how much was sold, and to whom they sold it, and then on through the distribution chain, the wholesaler, the dispensary. That track and trace system will also be helpful for auditing on our sales and use tax program, because then we can know from whom the dispensary purchased the cannabis, and we can go and see how much they sold and compare that.
Okay, books and records and bank accounts and whatnot have been a problem. Have we been able to quasi-address that?
Well, in this particular legislation, we believe that it will go a long way to helping address that. I think it's going to be a period of time to get people used to coming into compliance, but it certainly will help with our sales and use tax administration. And if an excise tax eventually is enacted, this structure will further that as well.
Okay, go on.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Madam Chair, this is similar to AB 71, where we tried to establish the track and trace with cigarettes in order to primarily deal with the underground economy. The one thing that concerns me about the legislation and the effort is the lack of funding in order to be able to address those issues. As we have observed in the past in history dating back to Prohibition, whenever there is an appearance of legalization or an appearance of some cooperation on the part of the state, the underground economy just begins to explode. And so in order for us to control that, historically, we have found that we need the resources in order to be able to go out and monitor this system as it flows through from the grower to the manufacturer and so forth. And particularly with California being one of the largest consumer state in the nation, and I understand the largest distributor as well, distributing it all over the nation. So it presents a huge challenge for the Board of Equalization without the corresponding funding or staffing in order to accomplish this objective, which in my mind is a design for us to fail at this. So possibly, Madam Chair, we can consider a BCP in coordination with this, or possible subsequent cleanup legislation, began to have those discussions about how we make this work.
Yeah, so perhaps, we've been following these bills since the beginning, and these three bills look significantly different than the bills that originally were passed over the desk. Basically, the governor did get involved, and he came up with a lot of language and how he wanted to see this whole program, and then basically dropped the language into the three bills. So I don't think there was a thorough appropriations committee hearing in terms of how much everything is going to cost for all of these bills. I'm not sure whether they even talked about it in the legislature in terms of, creating these new positions and, BOE also trying to administer this new program. I think that whole process was continued for another day. Am I correct?
That is correct, and we are currently working with our role in the program, and that will be a part of the enrolled bill report that goes to the governor's office.
Because there is a lot of technology these days that does a very good job in terms of tracking. So I don't know how we can work with you and your staff in terms of, how we can come up with a good system and a good budget for us to be able to, bring this program into compliance with our needs.
I think right now the cost issues that the program folks are looking at is what would be required to put together an RFP and to work with the other agencies to develop the system. It's a little nebulous as to what our role is in relation to the other two agencies, and that's something that we need to clarify with them.
Mr. Renner.
Yeah, I think, first of all, I know we're just talking about the first bill, and they ended up dividing this bill in the last 2 days of session into the 3, and language came out very fast and last. So there are a lot of unanswered issues. But let me just say that I know that they did bring in co-op a lot of the language that that the BOE put forward. I know you guys were monitoring it all the time, and I think that let me just say I think we would have been far worse off in regards to in terms of a policy issue and a regulatory scheme if BOE team was not engaged in that process. And I know that meetings were had even late at that nights in order to help make that happen. So I think but as we all know, strange things happen in the midst of the darkness when it comes to last night's session. And so I think it's important for us to then identify where it is that we need to insert ourselves in this process. And quite frankly, as I think we all know, oftentimes when things get then done quickly like that in order to get something done, the attitude is, well, it'll get fixed later. And I think we just need to make sure that we are engaged in that fixed later portion. And the other issue, at least my understanding, is that the things that have been done in these bills here are all on the regulatory side, and so therefore they will be fee-driven in terms of helping to pay those bills.
That is correct.
Right. So at that point, we will help to create the scheme and help then the agencies, whether it's us or others, to create the fee that's necessary for us to support our involvement.
On our side of things, with regard to the track and trace piece, that will likely be some form of appropriation.
On that side of it?
On that side of it, because we don't have a regulatory requirement at this time.
Who will set the fee for that?
There won't be a fee. It'll be an appropriation to the BOE.
Out of the general fund?
I believe so, to cover our costs.
Right, and I would, again, that would be one thing that I would add. Again, the goal should be that these things should be covered by the fee aspect of that, of whether it be Food and Ag or whoever then, who's going to monitor the tracking system. And there's nothing wrong with identifying a fee to do that on.
But actually, you raise a good point in the sense that we would typically operate with a general fund appropriation, but in this circumstance, you're right, there are some other agencies involved that are charging fees, and,
Right.
and perhaps that could be a consideration.
So that would be an MOU that we would work out with them potentially?
I would have to
Okay.
look into it
Okay.
further.
Again, I was still amazed at the fact that they actually got such a heavy lift of a regulatory system in place in light of the fact that it's been 18 years in that process. So I think it has been a good accomplishment both on the legislative side and also for the board's involvement. And I guess I'd almost be rather than fixing something that we've got here as opposed to wringing our hands knowing that the legislature went another year without doing anything.
Okay.
Please continue.
I will proceed to the next bill, and all of these bills work together. They started out as one bill, and then they were broken out into, I shouldn't say what, yes, there were a lot of negotiations. Anyway, SB 643 enacts an additional licensing and regulatory framework within the Medical Marijuana Act as established by AB 266. It requires the governor to appoint a chief of the bureau within the Department of Consumer Affairs. It requires the Department of Food and Agriculture to administer the Medical Marijuana Act provisions related to the cultivation of medical cannabis. It requires the Department of Public Health to administer the provisions of the Medical Marijuana Act related to the manufacturing and testing of medical cannabis. It requires the Department Department of Food and Agriculture in consultation with the Bureau to establish a track and trace program for reporting the movement of medical marijuana items throughout the distribution chain that uses a unique identifier and secure packaging as provided, and it takes effect on or before January 1, 2016. AB 243 enacts additional licensing and regulatory framework within the Medical Marijuana Act as established by AB 266 and is specific to the cultivation of medical cannabis. And it requires the California Department of Food and Ag to establish a medical cannabis cultivation program to license the cultivation of indoor and outdoor medical marijuana. It requires the California Department of Food and Ag to establish a unique identifier program for medical marijuana plants. And it requires the Department of Food and Ag to develop and implement regulations to carry out the licensing program and to regulate weighting and measuring devices used to meet the Medical Marijuana Act's requirements, also taking effect on January 1, 2016. So another bill was passed addressing the banking issue. Assembly Joint Resolution 125 Lackey urges the President and Congress to support legislation that will provide a comprehensive solution to allow banks and credit unions to perform financial services for marijuana businesses. And then 2 additional bills were introduced in the last day of session, and those will carry over into January, both by Assemblymember Wood. AB 1549 would establish the California Cannabis Credit Union, allowing businesses and individuals engaged in licensed cannabis activities to have banking services similar to those provided by other credit unions. And AB 1548 would impose an excise tax on the sale of cannabis products by a licensed cultivator to be collected by a licensed distributor.
Am I? Yes.
Ms. Harkey.
Hi, yes, I'm glad you brought that up. An AJR is not the establishment of a bank, though I do appreciate the effort. I'm sure this board knows that Colorado's Fourth Corner Credit Union was denied by the Fed, and I have here Department of Justice guidelines in which they've allowed states to implement legalization, and they are quite prolific, 1 through 8 to be exact, and there's a lot of issues that we are going to have a real hard time, I think, regulating, even on medical marijuana use. And that's part of the problem as to why the banking, this is still not legal at the federal level, and that's why California is going to have some issues. So I would like to see the impetus still put on whoever is in the industry to pursue fixing things at the federal level, because I don't believe without knowing that we are approving what is still illegal at the federal level is problematic for a whole multitude of issues. And if we just allow the industry, quote unquote, to slide here, they will not worry about putting the pressure on the federal level. The pressure will come to the state of California and the people that we represent. So, there's still issues about drug driving, transferring to other states, states that aren't legal. I know in Colorado, there have been, I think it's Oklahoma and Nebraska have sued the state of Colorado. There's all sorts of issues at the federal level that still need to be resolved. So while I appreciate the efforts and I understand that we legalized medical use 18 years ago, I think a regulatory system is necessary. The problem that we're going to have, again, as a tax auditing, collecting, and distribution agency is going to be the legitimization of the cash receipts and the potential danger of being involved in some sort of criminal activity. And so I'm just saying, I know this is an exciting thing for many people. For me, it strikes a little bit of a fear. I know we cannot not do what is authorized by legislation, but I think we have to proceed very cautiously and ensure that our influence and our ability to try to affect changes on the federal level, if in fact we're going to pursue this course, is very, very important. Otherwise, we will be, as a state, having some very serious issues.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Hortner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The concern that I have is that as we get, there's a huge disconnect between the federal government, as Member Harkey has articulated, the federal government and the state government as to the legalization of this product. That disconnect feeds into the illegal activity. And it's the illegal activity that allows criminals and those types of individuals to continue to create to camouflage their operation in such a way that it makes it more difficult for them to be identified by law enforcement and prosecuted, is where the concern comes in. And so, again, we just reiterated, as the state continues to go down this road, the illegal activity is where the Board of Equalization comes in, and our ability to be able to enforce that. We have the skills, we have the strategy in place, and the Constitution, as well as the existing law, says that whether it's legal or illegal, it is still subject to tax. And those that are operating illegally and using these funds for illegal activity, such as human trafficking, prostitution, and things of that nature, we should do everything in our power to shut them down. And as this becomes a little more complicated, we're going to need additional funding for staffing in order to accomplish that objective.
Mr. Renner.
Yeah, just real quick. I think that not only California, but 20-some other states have medical marijuana, and another 5 that have legalized recreational, are all going to struggle with the challenges that we have with federal law and that issue. And I can tell you the feds do too. I met with the U.S. Attorney, with the FBI and the DEA when we were dealing with this issue. And it was interesting because they were basically saying, hey, look, we need California to set up some kind of regulatory scheme so that we can at least try to identify some of the, I think their phrase was kind of like well-intentioned players from the real criminal players. And their view was, hey, get it together because this will help us. But at the end of the day, it is the cash that creates the corruption, that creates the violence, and we really do need to continue to ask the federal government to step up in and decide how to handle this issue. I know there's lots of efforts in Washington, D.C. I was glad that the legislature at least put their voice to the issue. It is an important issue because until that gets done, what we have, I'll tell you what, I explained it one way to somebody. I said, right now we have an unregulated cash business going on, and those are impossible. What we're going to end up with is a regulated cash business going on, and those are still very difficult. And we need to figure out how to get through that. And until then, it's going to always be a challenge, but at least this is a step.
Yeah, and I appreciate Assemblymember Lackey. AGR 25 does encourage Congress and the President to work on this issue. We're putting as much pressure as we can on the federal government. There is a bill out there, HR 2076, the Marijuana Businesses Access to Banking Act of 2015. It is probably not going to pass this year as the federal government struggles with other impending issues or issues that they're going to focus on. And so in the meantime, I think there are 43 states that have some sort of medicinal cannabis, recreational, or hemp-related bills or legal allowed in their state. So that's 43 states that are facing the same issue. None of them have access to banking. And so all of the cash in the streets is not safe, as my colleagues have mentioned. I think California as a state, as one of the biggest states, in this business, I think we need to proactively try to work on some sort of solution while we're putting pressure on the federal government to address many of these issues that they should be working on. But in the meantime, we're doing what we can as a state. So, Mr. Horton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I concur with the state putting pressure on the federal government and the passage of the AGR. I think there's a lot of wisdom in that. The bill is currently held up by the Senate, it passed out of Congress, and the Senate's holding up, and they just have all kinds of concerns, at least from my conversation with Dianne Feinstein. So I don't see them doing any, as Member Ma has indicated, anything this year or next year in this regard because of those concerns. But to the issue of just the cash, I mean, organized crime is one of the best entities at laundering money. They've been doing this for years. And so moving the cash around is not necessarily their issue, but creating this, the false perception that is legal is what causes, which creates this barrier that law enforcement can't get around between the legitimate guys, those who want to comply with the law, those who want to pay their fair share and contribute to our society, and those who simply don't. And so I still echo the need for aggressive enforcement, and as we begin to go down this route, the need to have that funded on all the levels, including Board of Equalization, District Attorney, AG, and so forth, something similar to what we have with the TRACE program.
Yes. Very much.
Okay,
Okay,
please continue.
thanks. In addition to medical cannabis regulation, the legislature tackled 2 special sessions, which are still open and have not yet passed any bills to the governor. The transportation special session bills were introduced, and they, among other things, these bills collectively would have increased the diesel fuel sales and use tax rate and the gasoline excise tax rates, and removed the requirement that the BOE adjust the excise tax rate every year to achieve revenue neutrality as compared to the tax structure that existed prior to the 2010 fuel tax swap. With regard to the healthcare special session, collectively the bills proposed licensing and taxation of e-cigarettes, an increase in the cigarette and tobacco products tax, increase in more frequent imposition of licensing fees on tobacco retailers, as well as increased licensing fees on tobacco distributors, and as well as a nickel per drink tax on cocktails containing distilled spirits. None of those bills passed, but because they are in special session and the session is still open, they are still alive.
So perhaps you can give us an update next month if there's any type of movement on these 2 special session bills.
Certainly. So BOE-sponsored and supported bills that proceeded to the governor's desk include AB 88, which provides a sales and use tax exemption for public utilities, Energy Star refrigerator or clothes washer purchases that are provided at no cost to low-income participants. That bill is enrolled. AB 681 Ting, which modifies the county assessment practices survey cycle to reduce the time for the BOE to issue a survey report from 2 years to 1 year, and allows former assessors to provide feedback on the survey of their former office, also is enrolled. AB 1277, which increases from $1,500 to $2,300 the amount of levied funds the BOE's taxpayer rights advocate is permitted to return to a taxpayer when the taxpayer can demonstrate that the levy threatens the health or welfare of the taxpayer or his family, is on the governor's desk. And SB 321, which authorizes the BOE to make specified adjustments to the motor vehicle fuel tax swap rate using a 5-year average fuel price estimate, is now in the Assembly Appropriations Committee and was moved to the inactive file. SB 640 Bell, which authorizes a retailer to make an irrevocable election to assign the right to file a claim for refund of excess tax reimbursement in the amount of $1,000 or greater, is in the Assembly Appropriations Committee as a 2-year bill. SB 802, which is the BOE's MTS surcharge cleanup bill, is a 2-year bill. And SB 803, which is the BOE's property tax cleanup bill, is enrolled. Other bills sent to the governor are Chairman Horton-sponsored AB 160, which expands the situations where a sale for resale exclusion can be denied for persons convicted of selling or purchasing counterfeit goods. AB 401, which, among other things, requires the State Water Resources Board, in collaboration with the BOE and relevant stakeholders, to develop a funding implementation plan for a low-income water rate assistance program and submit a report, was enrolled. AB 1032 which allows a diesel fuel tax refund to a supplier for that portion of a tax paid biodiesel fuel removed from the terminal rack as a dyed biodiesel blend, was enrolled. And AB 1157 Nazarian, which extends for 1 year the current property tax law provisions related to commercial air carriers, was enrolled. AB 1534 by the Assembly Revenue and Taxation Committee, which requires any county assessor employee that makes change in ownership decisions or property tax exemption decisions to hold a BOE-issued assessment analyst certificate, was enrolled. SB 533 PAN, which tightens provisions related to sales tax sharing agreements between local agencies and the private sector, was enrolled. SB 705 Hill, which authorizes San Mateo and Monterey counties to exceed the current 2% cap on total district taxes for countywide transportation purposes, was enrolled. And SB 767, also, which authorizes the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority to impose an additional 0.5% transactions and use tax for funding transportation-related projects and programs, and exceeding the 2% cap, is enrolled. Chaptered bills include AB 301 Bigelow, which requires CAL FIRE to notify owners of habitable structures subject to the state responsibility area fire prevention fee, that when selling the property, they may negotiate the apportionment of the annual fee with the buyer as one of the terms of the sale. SB 598 Hill, which specifies that an all-volunteer fire department is a consumer and shall not be considered a retailer of tangible property it sells. SB 84, that's a bill that passed during the budget this year, which imposes a BOE collected fee on owners of hazardous materials transported by rail in this state, also was chaptered. And that concludes my presentation.
Any questions? Mr. Horton?
I guess in a word, wow. I just want to commend Madam Chair and her leadership in the Legislative Committee and the staff for their exceptional work. Historically, the Board of Equalization moving legislation through the process, there was a point in time that there was some challenges that we were facing. Your aggressive effort in going out, making the contacts, building the relationships, building the trust and the confidence of the legislature has been very, very valuable in us having this type of success. I think we may be sponsoring and carrying more legislation than we did when we were in the legislature, and that's commendable. To I believe, to all involved. Let me encourage that we reach out to the chair of the Appropriation Committee on both sides to begin to have, as I believe Michelle is doing, begin to have the conversations about their view of our estimates as to the legislation that's going through. I clearly understand that it's an after-the-fact situation, but to the extent that staff can participate in the legislation prior to, I understand the challenges in that as well. We may be able to provide them some insight on how to arrange their legislation to minimize the cost to the Board of Equalization and other state agencies. But basically, I just wanted to commend everybody. Well done.
Yeah.
And I'd like to also commend Ms. Pielsticker and her team. They have been very, very active in the building. They have very good reputation and rapport, good communication with members as well as committee staff. I know that whenever they ask you to participate, you're always there. You go to a lot of meetings across the street and definitely show that the BOE is interested in working with legislators, as well as making sure that whatever legislation passes is going to be effective and efficient on the BOE side as well. So I just really want to commend you. This was my first year working with you on this side versus the Capitol side, and I know that you're doing a really, really good job. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Anyone else? No, just kidding.
You've done well.
Okay, that concludes the Legislative Committee. We're adjourning the Legislative Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Richmond, what's our next matter?
Our next matter is the Business Taxes Committee. Ms. Harkey is the chair of that committee. Ms. Harkey?
Thank you. We have two issues before the Business Taxes Committee. And Ms. Bueller and her staff will be presenting.
Good morning. I'm Suzanne Bueller with the Sales and Use Tax Department. We have two agenda items for your consideration today. We will take each agenda item and their respective action items separately before moving to the next. With me for agenda item 1 is Mr. Kevin Smith from our legal department and Ms. Lisa Sherrod from our special taxes and fees department. Staff requests your approval and authorization to publish proposed amendments to Special Taxes and Fees Regulation 1432, other non-taxable uses of diesel fuel in a motor vehicle. The proposed amendments define terms, provide examples of qualifying equipment, and provide safe harbor percentages for non-taxable uses of diesel fuel. A person still has the option to claim a refund using percentages other than the safe harbor percentage by submitting a study and obtaining board approval. We would be happy to answer any questions you may have on this topic.
Are there any questions from members?
Move staff recommendation.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Do I have any opposition? Okay, so moved.
Thank you. Joining me for agenda item 2 is Mr. Andrew Quee from our legal department. Staff requests your approval and authorization to publish proposed prepaid mobile telephony services regulations 2460, 2461, and 2462, and proposed amendments to emergency telephone user surcharge regulations 2401, 2422, and 2413. The proposed and amended regulations interpret, clarify, and make specific the statutes regarding the application of prepaid mobile telephony services surcharge and the local charges to the purchase of prepaid mobile telephony services. We do have speakers on this agenda item, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have after their presentations.
Thank you. Do we have anyone from the public that wishes to speak?
Good
State
morning.
your name and...
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members. My name is Fran Mancia. I'm with Muni Services, and we're here today on behalf of our company and our 60 California Public Agency Utility Tax Compliance Service clients. In total, our clients represent 70% of the annual local utility user tax revenue generated in the state of California. Muni Services and public agencies are keenly interested in the proper, timely, and cost-effective implementation of these proposed regulations related to prepaid telephony services, and which are before you for your consideration. For the past several years, we've worked closely with members, staff, the public, industry, and others to work the bills and the process through in a very collaborative and positive manner. And we're very appreciative of everybody's effort to that regard. We've been especially focused recently on the contracting process between locals and the BOE, and we're confident the collaborative effort of all those involved will result in a positive outcome for state and local representatives. So we strongly support the Alternative A and urge the Business Tax Committee to approve and authorize publication of the proposed prepaid mobile telephony service regulations, as well as the regulations related to emergency telephone user surcharge. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Any other from the public? Members, any comment?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I just wanted to encourage all those involved to continue the work that they're doing. I think it's been a yeoman's effort over the last year to get the word out, get the legislation passed, and so forth. On the recommendation side, there are a number of cities that did not make the first deadline, and pleased that a significant number of them did. But those that didn't, and they have a second bite at the apple in December, let's do what we can to make sure that they are aware and they're engaging. And those who didn't, let's disclose to the direct carriers as well as the retailers those potential cities that may not have qualified for the first quarter, so that they can avoid a potential 17,200 issue.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? No, thank you very much for your work. It's greatly appreciated. This has been going on for quite a while and trying to get this together with all the parties. So I really appreciate the effort. Seems like we've got everyone on board, and I know that staff is working diligently to be sure that everything comes in a timely fashion. Thank you very much.
Move staff recommendation.
Second, the approval of proposed regulation and amendments to thereto.
We have a first and a second, or motion and a second. Any opposition? Okay, so passed. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
That ends the session of the Business Taxes Committee.
Ms. Richmond, our next matter.
Our next matter are special presentations. Our first presentation is for BOE's Open Data Portal.
Good morning, members.
Good morning.
Mr. Chairman, honorable members. Recently, the Center for Digital Government awarded the BOE's Open Data Portal, commonly referred to as Open BOE, with the Best of California Award for a Best Application Serving the Public. This award is given to individuals and teams that have designed, developed, and deployed applications that deliver services more effectively to the public or other external stakeholders. Open BOE was built completely by our BOE staff. Our team had only 4 months to develop the new system that gives the public access to BOE's public data via an easy-to-use data portal. We're proud of what's been accomplished and the teamwork demonstrated by our staff. We want to thank the board again for your commitment to customer service and taxpayer education and for your strong support during the development of Open BOE. Your support has made this project happen. And so we now want to recognize the Open BOE team who received the award for Best Applications Serving the Public from the Center for Digital Government. We ask that the members of that team please come forward and, or at least stand. And I'd like to go ahead and make the next presentation and then ask that the members participate in a photo session immediately after the second presentation.
Yeah, we'd love to.
Okay. Our next presentation is on the Charles Mills Lifetime Achievement Award. The Charles Mills Lifetime Achievement Award was created by the Federation of Tax Administrators, Tobacco Tax Section, and is presented to a career government or industry employee who has dedicated their career to tobacco tax administration and enforcement. Charles Mills was the director of the Petroleum Alcohol Tobacco Tax Unit for the New York State Department of Taxation and Finance, who lost his life on September 11, 2001, while helping to evacuate others out of the World Trade Center Tower 2. Mr. Mills had a distinguished career, and the award was created in 2001 by FTA and presented to Mr. Mills' family at the annual FTA Tobacco Tax Conference. Today, we would like to recognize our very own Lynn Bartolo, who is currently serving as the Acting Deputy Director for the Sales and Use and Special Taxes Departments. She is the 6th recipient of the Charles Mills Lifetime Achievement Award. It was presented to Lynn at the 2015 FTA Tobacco Tax Section annual meeting for her dedication and contributions to the administration of tobacco tax. And I'd also like to ask Lynn to come forward as we present this resolution. But if you'll indulge me, I'd like to at least read the resolution.
Please.
State Board of Equalization resolution honoring Lynn Bartolo. Whereas Lynn Bartolo, Acting Deputy Director, Sales and Use Tax and Special Taxes and Fees, was presented the Charles Mills Lifetime Achievement Award by the Federation of Tax Administrators, FTA, Tobacco Tax Section on August 24, 2015, And whereas the award recognizes someone who has shown years of guidance, support, encouragement, leadership, and mentoring to states and industry. And whereas she has been selected for this award to recognize her overwhelming contribution to the administration of tobacco tax, and whereas she was involved with the original effort to bring uniformity to cigarette and tobacco taxes, was part of a core group that began to develop uniform cigarette reporting forms, and was part of the technology committee that is now part of the uniformity committee today, and whereas she has exhibited passion and initiative in promoting the mission of the FTA Tobacco Matters, and whereas she has been the California State Board of Equalization's resource for information relating to the cigarette and tobacco administration and enforcement. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the board, do hereby extend to Lynn Bartolo our sincere and grateful appreciation for her dedicated service to the California State Board of Equalization and to the state of California. Our congratulations on her well-earned award and our best wishes to her for continued success in the years to come. Adopted at Sacramento, California, the 16th day of September 2015 by the State Board of Equalization. Again, congratulations.
Yay to all of the. We would ask that the other award recipients come forward as well. We just want to congratulate all of you guys. And Lynn, I know that this has been well-deserved, a long journey, quite frankly. I kind of remember you being in my office when I was in the assembly talking about this stuff as we were working on AB 71. So well-deserved. I mean, it's indicative of the model of the Board of Equalization, that the Board of Equalization is on the move. So I'm sure the members will have other words, but let's do the picture thing. If, with your permission,
Yes, we'd
can we
like to
join
have
you?
two
Okay.
photos,
All right.
one with the Open BOE team and then
Yeah.
one with Ms. Bartolo.
Can they join us up here?
Okay.
So we make it look really official, you know what I mean? All that good stuff is,
Okay. And I shouldn't say this, but we'll have another award to inform you about next month as well.
oh, we just getting all kinds of awards. Isn't that good? Hey, y'all, thank you. Come on up. Thank you.
Good morning. Come on up. You might need 2 rows, huh?
Well done.
Nothing like a team winning a championship, huh? All right, keep going. All right, come on closer,
Think
guys.
you're gonna need 2 rows?
We only fight when you're in front of us.
Here, somebody come on in here, between. Yeah, come between, yes.
I'm not gonna hold it, but I'm gonna put it right here. That's okay with you. Everyone
You sure we
knows.
got everybody?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here you guys.
Are we
Scoot in
good?
A little bit here. There we go. That works.
Mystery.
Mike's down.
Getting ready? On 3, 2. Stay there. Ready on 3, 2.
One more for the grandbabies.
Okay, ready? On 3, 2, 1.
All right.
Thank you.
You got 'em.
Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much
I tell you.
for your work, your efforts.
Let's see, now we have Lynn. How do we undo Lynn? Have Lynn?
No, don't do that.
You did.
Good job.
How do you want to do Lynn?
We'll go down there.
Let's go down there, yes.
Don't want to maybe Lynn can come up here and just take my seat.
Can I have you in the center?
No, man, no. Yeah, may I? Yes. No.
Which doesn't sign. Oh. Cover up the signature part.
Ready? On 3, 2, one more. 3, 2, 1.
Can we take that back? We'll take it back. We'll get it to you.
Speak, man. No. No?
Start signing them.
Oh, just a bit.
Right.
The neatest pen. It's got a lot of point on it. It's really neat.
Nice and smooth already.
Yes, it's wonderful. Okay.
Discussion members, Member Runner.
Again, just the thanks for all the good work the staff has done, certainly in terms of, again, opening up the ability to the public to see what we do, how it happens, and how it is that they can use the services is certainly a key for us in this digital age. And again, appreciate much the individual work of Lynn, her great work and leadership in a lot of ways. I know that I spent a lot of time with Lynn when we were doing some issues as the fire fee was getting established. And so, again, just diligent to getting concerns and issues taken care of, a wonderful BOE employee.
Member Harkey.
I just want to say ditto. I thank everyone for their service and for making this organization just run a bit more smoother and with more openness. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much to the staff. Technology is so important, and we've got a lot of great feedback from constituents that our system is easy to use and they enjoy filing online. And of course, to Lynn, thank you for your leadership and doing all you do for our sales and use tax, and especially in the tobacco arena.
Member Stowell.
Thank you to Lynn, great job. And then to the Open BOE, Ms. Shee would like to really say thank you to that team. As many of us know, that was one of the projects that she initiated when she was the member for the 1st District. And when she started the project, she was confident that the team and their leaders, Ms. Fleming and Mr. Jack Sisko, would stretch to make it a possibility. And here we are now with the noted recognition of the best open system. As a matter of fact, the state librarian Greg Lucas commented that Open BOE is the model for open data portables for all California state government. So to the project team, Bill, Rob, Peter, Camille, Patrick, Constantine, Tang, Ty, Cole, Ellen, Gonzalez, Jason, Greg, Derek, Benjamin, Jamel, Chuck, Kristen, and Jack. Congratulations, a job well done.
Yay. Again, I want to echo the congratulations to all of the employees. I mean, you guys have really just make us proud. I mean, as we travel through the airport, we run into folks that often give us credit for the work that our team is doing. And so the reality is that it really belongs to those who receive the awards, Lynn and all the work that you guys have done, the technology folks and so forth, but the entire team. It takes the team effort in order to win the championship. And so the notion that the Board of Equalization is on the move is just ringing true more often than we anticipated. We received the best award for this, the best award for this, gold, silver awards, and so forth, as well as being the most improved minority contracting agency. So I'm excited about that. Continue the good work. Know that each and every one of you know that we truly appreciate the effort that you do on behalf of the people of the state of California. And we fundamentally believe California wouldn't run without us running out in front of it in the beginning. So thank you so very much, all of you. With that, Ms. Richmond, what's our next matter?
Our next matter is item B, corporate franchise and personal income tax appeals hearings. Our first hearing is item B1, Ameristar Casinos, Inc. and subsidiaries. Please come forward. Board Proceedings has received contribution disclosure forms for today's hearings from the parties, participants, and agents. All forms were properly completed and signed. All parties, participants, and agents are on the alpha listings provided to your office. Each person sitting at the table will be asked to introduce themselves and, if necessary, their affiliation with the taxpayer for the record. 10 minutes is allocated to for the taxpayer's opening presentation, followed by 10 minutes for the Franchise Tax Board or department's presentation, and 5 minutes is allocated to the taxpayer for rebuttal. Mr. Horton.
Welcome, Ms. Tran. Would you please introduce the issues in this matter?
Good morning, Chairman Horton, members of the board. My name is Mai Tran for the Appeals Division. The issue before us is whether appellants are entitled to a deduction for wagering taxes paid to other states.
Welcome to the Board of Equalization. As you've been advised, you have 10 minutes to make your presentation. We'll return and allow you 5 minutes on rebuttal. Please get comfortable there, and at your convenience, we'd ask that you introduce yourselves for the record.
Thank you, Chairman Horton, members of the board. My name is Doug Bramhall. I'm with KPMG, representative for Ameristar.
And I'm Tom Bertino with KPMG, also representing Ameristar.
Ameristar, previously Ameristar, now known as Pinnacle Entertainment, Inc., through an acquisition recently, is a developer and owner of entertainment, including casino, gambling facilities in multiple states. During the appeal years, it was headquartered here in California, and as a result had California filing obligations. As we've briefed, the casino industry is a very heavily regulated industry, and in addition to the normal taxing schemes that this entity is subject to, also is subject to regulatory and privilege taxes and fees. The tax at issue is on casino win, variously defined, and as briefed, we'll refer to it as casino wins, which is basically gross receipts less amounts paid out as wagering wins to gamblers. Appellant respectfully asserts that the gaming taxes at issue are, in essence, fees in the nature of a license or a privilege tax. They're measured by gross receipts, and since these same gross receipts are included in the income tax base in the respective states for which the deductions were being disallowed, imposed as a gaming tax, have also been subjected to the income tax in those states as a gross receipt under the income tax. In other words, Ameristar included gaming revenue in its income tax base, filed income tax returns in the respective states, other than Nevada, which doesn't impose an income tax. Paid tax, did not deduct those income taxes, added those taxes back to its California return. Additionally, Ameristar was subject to the regulatory taxes on the exact same gross receipts. And so the equivalent to us of calling this a tax on income is taxing the same income twice, effectively. Now, as a license or privilege tax, California law provides a deduction for taxes or privileges, taxes or licenses paid or accrued other than a tax on or measured by income or profits. And the regulation, 24345, specifically lists as examples, not exclusive examples, but as examples of taxes or licenses that may be deducted, city license fees, liquor, alcoholic beverage fees, and other business, privilege, or excise taxes paid. Excuse me, we would assert that this wagering tax is an example of a privilege tax within the meaning of the regulation, in the same way that a licensed city business license tax, which is also imposed on gross receipts of a taxpayer, in addition to their income tax, and she could be construed as such and be deductible under that provision. I think it's noteworthy that this wagering tax is not imposed by departments of revenue. Each state that licenses wagering, it has special gaming commissions established in a separate part of their state law, separate and apart from the revenue and tax codes. And it's under these separate codes that this tax is imposed, not by Department of Revenues, but by gaming commissions. The support for our notion, if you will, just illustrate, in Nevada, the gaming license is a revocable privilege by statute. It's defined as a revocable privilege. And the tax at issue is called a gaming license fee. It's based, again, on a percentage of, in essence, gross receipt or wagering revenues. In Mississippi, it's a revocable privilege to hold a gaming license. And the tax in Mississippi is called a license fee on gross revenue. So we think while city business license taxes are an example in the regulation of a tax that is deductible, even though it's on gross receipts, like the city business license tax, its base is defined as gross income under the Internal Revenue Code. So it also is a tax on gross income, if you will. Its base is gross income, but it's clearly a deductible tax. And we think the wagering tax is the equivalent of a city business license tax, for instance, in that example. Same with the LA city business license tax. It's interesting to us that the FTB has never disallowed taxes on gross receipts on wagering receipts prior to this audit cycle. The audit cycle is at issue. It's interesting they've never questioned city business license taxes. It's interesting that the Washington B&O tax, which is in lieu of an income tax in Washington, by the way, is on gross receipts, but it's a deductible tax. The Ohio commercial activity tax is a tax on gross receipts of a taxpayer, but it's a deductible tax for California purposes. Those are just several different examples of gross receipts taxes that are deductible, notwithstanding the fact that the item that serves as a base is also an item of gross income. So in summary, we're not arguing that gaming revenue is not gross income. We recognize that gaming revenue is gross income. We paid tax on it as an item of gross income, and we did not deduct the tax to the extent we included that item in gross income. We think this is a separate and distinct tax. It's a privilege tax, a license fee, either way, deductible under California regulations. And we would respectfully request your board to sustain the appeal in this case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members will now go to the department. The department has 10 minutes to make their presentation. We'd ask that they introduce themselves for the record.
Good morning, Chairman Horton, members of the board. My name is Jenna Lewis. To my right is Shane Hoffling, and we represent the Franchise Tax Board in this matter. This case is about whether appellant is entitled to a deduction for taxes paid to other states on gambling income. Under California law, corporate taxpayers cannot deduct taxes that are on or measured by income. In this context, income means all income from whatever source derived unless expressly excluded. There is no exclusion for receipts from gaming activity or any portion of receipts from gaming activity. Therefore, the Franchise Tax Board properly denied the deduction claimed for the wagering taxes at issue here because they are income taxes under California law. The parties agreed that the wagering taxes paid by appellant were based on amounts wagered less payouts. In other words, the tax base consists of a specified percentage of the amounts gamblers wagered or put into a machine reduced by what the gamblers won or got out of a machine. For example, if one individual bets $20 on a hand of poker and wins $15, the tax base would consist of $5. In contrast, the Franchise Tax Board did allow deductions for other taxes paid by appellant because they are not income taxes under California law. For example, appellant was allowed a deduction for admissions taxes, which are based on the number of patrons admitted to a particular facility. In considering the deduction for taxes paid, the California Supreme Court instructs that the term income means gross income as defined under the Internal Revenue Code. As previously noted, gross income is defined very broadly as all income from whatever source derived unless expressly excluded. The statute also provides examples of some items of income which fall under the definition of gross income. Some of the examples listed are compensation for services, gross income derived from business, rents, interest, and royalties. For most items of income, gross income consists of total receipts. For example, all rents received are included in gross income, even if the taxpayer incurs expenses in generating the rent. In defining what gross income from business means, the regulations create a limited exception to this general rule. With respect to manufacturing, merchandising, and mining activity only, gross income means the total sales less the cost of goods sold. Cost of goods sold is an accounting concept, which is essentially the cost of inventory items sold. So it makes sense that this exception is limited to industries with inventory. The courts and your board have explained this concept in analyzing various taxes paid to other states. I will briefly summarize the primary cases and how they apply here. First, the California Supreme Court in Beamer looked at a Texas tax on oil and gas producers. The tax at issue in that case only applied to the business activity of mining and was calculated as a percentage of the market value of the oil when produced. Since the regulations specifically exclude the cost of goods sold from the definition of gross income in the context of mining, the court determined that the tax would only be an income tax if it allowed a deduction for the cost of goods sold. Since no deduction for the cost of goods sold was allowed, cost of goods sold remained in the tax base and the tax was deductible. Unlike the mining activity analyzed in Beamer, there is no exclusion for costs in determining gross income from gaming activity. Subsequently, the California Court of Appeal and MCA considered foreign taxes on rents and royalties. The taxes did not allow any deductions for expenses. Since the taxes only applied to rents and royalties, and gross income includes rents and royalties without any exclusions, the court found the tax was an income tax and could not be deducted. The court noted that the tax was an income tax, even though it was a tax on the gross receipts, because there is no cost of goods sold with respect to rents and royalties, and gross receipts must include costs of goods sold in order to be deductible. Just like the rents and royalties analyzed in MCA, there is no cost of goods sold associated with gaming activity. Therefore, the wagering taxes at issue here are income taxes, even though there are no deductions for costs that may have been incurred in generating the wagering income. Another California Court of Appeal then decided the Robinson case. In that case, the court looked at what Hawaii refers to as the general excise tax. The Hawaii general excise tax consists of a number of separate and distinct taxes based on the business activity of the taxpayer. For example, there is a tax on manufacturing, a tax on service business, a tax on contractors, etc. The court focused on the tax on rent, as that is primarily what the taxpayer received. All rental receipts were included in the tax base without any reduction for any costs associated with generating the rent. The court found that even though there were no deductions for any costs, the tax on rent was an income tax because all rent is included in the definition of gross income without a deduction for any cost of goods sold. Just like this tax on rent, the wagering taxes at issue here are income taxes, even though there are no deductions for costs. These decisions illustrate that with respect to a tax that applies to business activities including manufacturing, merchandising, and mining, the tax will only be an income tax if the cost of goods sold is excluded from the tax base. However, where a tax does not apply to manufacturing, merchandising, or mining activity, like the wagering taxes here, courts have determined that cost of goods sold is irrelevant, as it will never be in the tax base, and such a tax will generally be an income tax, even if it consists of total receipts. Here, appellant has argued that the wagering taxes are deductible because there is no deduction for any cost of goods sold. However, the wagering taxes paid by appellant only apply to gaming activity. They do not apply to any manufacturing, merchandising, or mining activity. Therefore, it is irrelevant that there is no deduction for cost of goods sold, as there is no potential for any cost of goods sold in the tax base. Allowing a deduction for the cost of goods sold in this context would be allowing a deduction for something that does not exist. Appellant also appears to argue that the wagering taxes are not income taxes because there is some sort of return of capital in the tax base. This argument is not supported for two reasons. First, the California Court of Appeal and MCA stated that in order to be deductible, there must be direct return of capital in the tax base in the form of cost of goods sold, which we don't have here. Second, appellant has not shown that there is some other return of capital in the tax base. Appellant notes that it incurs expenses for things like promotional allowances and utilities. While these types of expenses are commonly allowed as deductions in arriving at net income, their inclusion in the tax base does not mean the tax is not on gross income. Appellant also argues that the deduction should be allowed because the wagering taxes are privileged taxes. In support of its position, appellant cites the regulation on the deduction for taxes paid, which provides some examples of the types of taxes that might be deductible. The fact that privileged taxes are listed does not mean privileged taxes are per se deductible. If a privileged tax is an income tax, it cannot be deducted based on the clear language of the statute. Appellant further asserts that the wagering taxes cannot be income taxes for purposes of the California deduction for taxes paid because a state cannot impose more than one income tax. Respondent is unaware of any support for this position. Each tax must be analyzed separately under California law to determine if it is a non-deductible income tax. For example, as previously mentioned, the Hawaii General Excise Tax reviewed in the Robinson case consists of multiple taxes depending on the business activity of the taxpayer. In reviewing the Hawaii tax, the California Court of Appeal looked at the taxes separately, and the characterization of one tax did not determine the characterization of another. To summarize, based on the statutory definition of gross income and the cases interpreting that definition, the wagering taxes at issue here are non-deductible income taxes. The wagering taxes only apply to gaming, and there is no cost of goods sold associated with gaming, so the tax base does not include any cost of goods sold. Since the tax base does not include any cost of goods sold, California law compels the conclusion that the wagering taxes are income taxes, which cannot be deducted. Therefore, respondent respectfully requests that its action be sustained. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. On rebuttal, please.
Just as a general response to the case law that was cited, the facts of this case are wholly distinguishable from that law. This case actually presents a unique set of facts that no case has really addressed. In that case, in each instance where the tax was deemed to be on gross income, there was one tax at issue. The taxing authority imposed this particular tax, and no other tax was at issue. In our case, we agree. Gaming receipts are gross income, and we paid an income tax on it. No other case involved a second tax, which our facts do. So we have two tax regimes at issue here. And to construe both tax regimes as taxes on gross income, we think is inconsistent with the California statute and regulations. We think when you have a privilege tax that is in addition to a tax based on income, that does distinguish and comply with the California regulation that allows the deduction of this privilege tax. In terms of the specifics of these cases, your board has interpreted all those cases in a way and limited them to their own facts. And so rent is defined as gross income. Royalties are defined as gross income. The Beamer case was easy. Manufacturing, or in that case, manufacturing requires a cost of goods sold deduction. There was none. That was easy to conclude that that tax was a deductible tax. In Hawaii, it was a rent tax, and it was essentially Hawaii's income tax. Your board, in interpreting the Michigan single business tax, went beyond these cases, and in the context of a service business that has no cost of goods sold, added an additional consideration that said, if you have an item that is a return of capital that is like a cost of goods sold. I agree with the FTB. Cost of goods sold is a term of art. It applies to a certain class of income. But you also can't tax capital under an income tax law. And so in Kelly Services, wages were an element that were like a cost of goods sold, and your board granted the deduction for the Michigan single business tax to a service business because it had expenditures that were like cost of goods sold, even though it didn't have a cost of goods sold deduction. So your board has sustained a position similar to what we've advanced in this case based on Kelly Services. So again, we think we've distinguished the FTB cases. Our briefs do that. I've tried to summarize our view as to why our case is different than those cases. And again, we would respectfully urge your board to sustain this appeal. And we'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Discussion, Member Harkey?
This is for the taxpayer. If you had failed to pay the wagering taxes, but filed income tax returns and paid income tax, would you lose your gaming license and still be able to operate the casino, the hotel, concert venues, and other things?
No, we went through the statutes and confirmed all states forfeit the privilege for failure to pay your gaming receipts taxes. For failure to meet any of your monetary obligations, including the payment of tax, you forfeit your license. So you can only operate with a license.
So you couldn't operate your hotel or other ancillary businesses?
You may be able to operate your hotel.
Okay.
And you may be able to continue to have entertainment in your facility, but you could not conduct any of your wagering. And I would point out that the FTB said they granted us a deduction for the tax we paid on our entertainment revenue. Entertainment revenue is gross income. I don't see the difference between our entertainment revenue and our wagering revenue in terms of those taxes are imposed under a different regime than the income tax law. So I don't see a distinction between those two situations, actually. One they grant and one they don't.
Okay, so in the cases that were cited, you stated that there was only one tax in question, and that's why they were considered as taxes, income taxes?
Yes.
FTB, do you have a?
The courts didn't say whether or not there were other taxes imposed on the taxpayers, and I would submit that that's because it's irrelevant to the determination of the characterization of the tax for the purposes of the deduction for taxes paid. So I haven't been able to verify what those taxpayers did or didn't pay, but I would be surprised if there weren't other taxes, and the courts basically said that that's irrelevant.
The court said it was irrelevant.
Okay.
The courts did not consider it in their determination.
Okay,
I apologize.
that's clear.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. I may come back.
Member Stower?
To the Franchise Tax Board. I realize that this appellant has their activities basically outside of California, but I want to kind of compare it to California courthouses. They're regulated and they pay a fee on an annual basis based on the number of tables that they have, or they pay a fee, and if their gross revenue is more than $200,000, they pay another fee, a higher fee, but it's still based on the number of tables. Would that fee be deductible?
I'm not sure exactly the specifics of that particular fee. There's a difference between fees and taxes, and like I was saying, there's a difference when we're looking at something like the admissions tax, where it's the number of patrons admitted to a particular facility. That's not a monetary receipt like we have here.
Okay. What about the entertainment tax they said that they paid that the Franchise Tax Board allowed? What's the difference between that one and the wagering tax?
I'm not sure exactly what they were referring to. I'd be happy to look into that if there were more information.
And what about prior audits? Why now? Did you guys look at this issue on prior audits of this company?
I'm not familiar with any prior activity.
You don't know if there was a prior audit of this company?
I don't know. I be happy to look into that if you wanted that information.
If I may just address that, when we do audit a taxpayer, we don't look back to perpetuity, back to the origination. We'll look at the tax year we're looking at. And as far as we know, in the tax years that this was an issue, that the adjustment was made. We usually in cases like this, we will not open an audit unless we have reason to believe there's something else, go back and open audits as from the date of incorporation. And so this may be an issue that came up during this current audit, but we could easily go back and look to see if there are prior audits and whether this was an issue.
Okay. No questions, no more questions. Appellate?
I can tell you we were never adjusted on it before.
Never adjusted on it before.
Right.
But maybe they just didn't see it. They didn't do, each auditor looks at it different. Maybe they didn't catch the deduction. I don't know. Okay, but thank you.
Member Runner?
Yeah, let me, the idea, let me start with the FTB. Why would we not want to look at this as a similar issue with the gross receipt tax of the city of LA, which then you would identify as a deductible?
I'm not familiar with the specifics of the tax in the city of LA, so I can't say whether or not that would be deductible. Sorry.
You would maybe believe it wouldn't be, even though it's a requirement to be in the business in the city of LA?
I would not specifically say one way or another without looking at the specifics of the tax itself.
So you would believe that any kind of an additional, offhand, you would believe that the cost, a regulatory cost to have a business imposed by a local government would not be a privileged and therefore deductible?
If I may answer that, I would say that the statute is clear as to what is allowed to be deductible and what is not, and the statute prohibits a deduction for any taxes on or according to or measured by income or profits. In that restriction, there is no exception for if it is mandatory to be paid. So looking at the plain language of the statute, that kind of defines what is allowed to be deducted. And so if the tax is based on or according to or measured by income, then it would not be deductible.
Let me ask the taxpayer rep to respond to that, because I would assume that that actually would be, again, a deductible privilege tax.
First of all, there are many, many special taxes whose base would be defined as gross income, and which are deductible. The FTB has never denied a city business license tax deduction in any audit. It's never denied an LA or San Francisco's new business license based on gross receipts is new, so they wouldn't have audited that. But they've also not deducted many state-level taxes that are based on gross receipts that would be on items that they would define, and I would agree, are based on gross income. So I don't think that's the beginning and end of the question. And I would think that if you can specifically define your tax as a privilege tax, the regulation and statute specifically allow its deduction, especially after you've already paid an income.
Well, and let me just ask you this then, in the simplicity of what FTB is saying, hey, well, none of that counts. But if that tax was actually done on an income, gross income or whatever, therefore it could never be deductible.
Correct.
That's what they're saying.
If you begin and end where the FTB analysis is, that tax could never be deductible.
And your argument to that would be?
There are many examples of where that argument is not the beginning and the end, and there's case law to support that. And the fact, and we're kind of asking you to make case law here in one respect. There's never been a case that decided where there's two levels of tax on the same item of income.
See, where I struggle with this issue, and that is it could be the method of taxation. For instance, the city, you could have a city that then does a table tax as opposed to and therefore, under this theory, table tax is okay, but if you do it on gross income, it's income, therefore it's not okay. It seems to me the point would be that the goal is to be able to not double tax. Again, I go back to the examples that you cite. There was never an issue of double taxation in those examples because they were a single tax. And I want to clarify the issue where you said that the court case said they were irrelevant. I don't believe the court said that. I don't think they spoke to it. So I don't think you can make the statement that said, somehow the court didn't or made an affirmative statement that they were irrelevant.
Did you want me to respond?
Yes, go ahead.
I apologize for that statement. The courts did not consider it in their determination. I agree with you on that. What I would say in response to your comment is that this is not a method for alleviating double taxation. This is an expense that would reduce the corporate franchise tax from gross income towards net income. So this particular deduction for taxes paid is not a method for alleviating double taxation. The taxpayers do business in multiple states, and so for purposes of the corporate franchise tax in California, they apportion their income, and they apportioned less than 1% of their business income to California during the years at issue.
Well, I think I guess my understanding would be, I guess I define it as double taxation because they already paid their income tax.
Okay, is that
And and that is what we collect, right?
I think you may be referring to two taxes imposed by another state. So in California, they're only paying, I believe, the corporate franchise tax.
Right.
For example, Mississippi, I think, is one example. They're paying a gaming tax in addition to corporate tax.
But I guess my point would be, I guess my definition may be wrong in regards to double taxation in the sense that by not allowing them to have this deduction, I guess we're taxing, I guess, an income that should not be taxed. I guess that maybe I'm phrasing that issue as a wrong definition.
To the extent that the tax we're paying because we're being allowed a deduction, we're being double taxed. Not on the income per se, but to the extent that we're being allowed a deduction, we're being taxed on the income under the income tax law. And by being denied a deduction, we're also being taxed to the extent of that tax on our gaming receipts twice.
Okay, thank you.
Member Ma.
So the Franchise Tax Board. San Francisco has a gross receipts tax and a payroll expense tax. So basically, the filing requirements are every person with taxable payroll expense of $150,000 or more, or taxable gross receipts of $500,000 or more in a given tax year are required to file a tax return. So would someone be able to deduct this gross receipts tax and payroll expense tax? Or are they only allowed to deduct one or the other?
I'm sorry, do you think you could repeat?
Okay, so San Francisco has a gross receipts tax and a payroll expense tax. And basically, it's a two tests tax. You either have payroll expense of X amount or more, or taxable gross receipts of X amount or more. So one or the other. So if you have one or the other, payroll expense or gross receipts expense of one or the other, you have to file a tax return, you have to pay a tax. So if a business license tax is deductible, yet San Francisco taxes on gross receipts and we tax on payroll, and we pay a business license tax. And business license taxes, as you mentioned, are deductible.
Business license taxes are not per se deductible. A business license tax would not be deductible if it were on or measured by income.
Okay, so now I'm asking you, so are you going to audit everyone in California, in San Francisco, that took a deduction for the business license tax that they paid for San Francisco?
In one of the cases that I think is relevant here, deals with the Michigan single business tax. And in that one, it's a hybrid tax, and it has different components to it. In that, we look at whether or not the tax base has a component of cost of goods sold in that. As opposed to the current gaming tax. With the current gaming tax, it only applies to gaming activities. And so there's no chance that a mining, manufacturing, or merchandiser will be included in that tax. In a tax such as the Michigan tax, and I apologize, I'm not familiar with the San Francisco tax, but a tax that would impose a tax on several taxpayers, which may include miners, manufacturers, and merchandisers, if they're being taxed or subject to that tax, and there is a component of cost of goods sold in that, such as a gross receipts tax, then we would find that that is not a tax on gross, not a tax on gross income, but would be a tax of gross receipts if they were not allowed to take a deduction for cost of goods sold. So to answer your question, or try to wrap it around, is if it is a tax on gross receipts, in which there is not a deduction allowed for cost of goods sold, and that tax, anybody in mining, manufacturing, or merchandising may be subject to that tax, then we would consider that a tax on gross receipts and not a tax on income.
So we have thousands of businesses, people who are doing business, any type of business in San Francisco, that are paying this either gross receipts or payroll tax. And it's considered a business license fee, the privilege of doing business in San Francisco. You must pay it. If you don't pay this fee or this tax, you cannot do business in San Francisco. So this is either the privilege of doing business in San Francisco or a business tax, which, according to your definition, is deductible, except if they're taking a deduction for cost of goods sold.
Correct.
And so how are you gonna audit everybody, all the businesses that are taking this business tax as a deduction?
As far as the San Francisco tax, we'd actually need to look at that and perform a full analysis. Right now, based on what you're telling me, we'd have to look into it more to give you a firm answer what that would be, and we're happy to do that. But we would have to actually look at it and do a full analysis of that tax.
Okay. To the taxpayer, I have another,
Let me just help them a little bit, because the definitions of the tax base on the gross receipt side is without any deduction on account of cost of property sold, cost of materials, cost of labor, or service costs. So it's always without deduction of cost of goods sold. That's the tax base.
well, regardless, I mean, you can look at San Francisco. San Francisco is just straight payroll or gross receipts. And you have to pay a fee in order to do business in San Francisco. And people, I would assume, are deducting that tax on their tax returns. That's just my assumption. But maybe you can look into it and let me know if you think that's not the case. To the taxpayer.
I'm sorry. Just real quick, when you do your analysis, FTB, I know everyone's talking about the San Francisco new tax, but they had this tax before, and it's very similar. They also had a gross receipts tax back in 1998. So you might have some history there that you can look into. It was kind of the same. The business could make a decision on which one they were going to pay or look at which was the higher one, but it was there before.
Okay, thank you. That'll be helpful.
Yeah.
Okay, so my question to the taxpayers. When you pay this gaming tax, what is the government authority that assesses this gaming tax, like in all the states?
In each state, it goes by a little different name, but it's a gaming commission. It's not the Department of Revenue. The Department of Revenue has, in a couple of states, has some ancillary administrative responsibility, but in all states, it's initially imposed under the authority of and by direction of a gaming commission, set up as a separate statutory regulatory body in a different part of the code than the Revenue and Taxation Code.
So it's separate from income.
Correct.
And in order to do gaming activities in a state, you need to file with and apply to these separate gaming commissions and pay their fee.
Correct.
Okay. That's my questions for now.
It's a very rigorous application process even. I mean, but yes, that's exactly right.
Maybe just a clarifying question of appeals. Relative to the discussion about on what the tax is measured, how the tax is measured out of state, and whether it's interpreted as a tax on income versus a tax on something else, and therefore not deductible by virtue of the interpretation that it's a tax on income.
Well, the California Supreme Court has interpreted income in the statute, meaning gross income. And for purposes of businesses in the manufacturing, mining, and merchandising businesses, the statute IRC 61 has defined it as being gross, well, all proceeds minus cost of goods sold. For other businesses, there is no such, there's no specific rule for that. However, in the other court cases, the appeals court cases, MCA and Robinson, they look at, well, is there a direct return of capital, which is also cost of goods sold? And because we have the taxpayer, in order to find that this is a deductible tax, they need to show that there's some direct return of capital, cost of goods sold. And the measure, you really need to look at the specific activity of the business. And here it's gaming, and that's the only activity that's being taxed. And you look at whether or not this is a type of business that has cost of goods sold. And it doesn't appear that there are. I mean, if you look at their federal tax returns, the only cost of goods sold that they did report were inventory and I think purchases, which is probably related to their gift.
Retail, right?
Their retail shops, and that isn't part of the measure here. So it doesn't matter that there is no deduction against their gaming tax for these types of cost of goods sold because they don't have any. So that's where we're at.
Question of the department, just for clarification purposes, gaming winnings are considered gross income. Possibly you can provide a generic description of when any tax, regardless of where it is, would be construed as a deductible item versus a privilege tax of some sort that's assigned to income. And particularly, and then draw the distinction of how it's treated as far as the apportionment issue relative to out-of-state versus California.
I'm sorry, do you think you could repeat that one more time? I apologize.
No.
No? Something along those lines?
No, I can. What I'm asking you to do is to just explain by definition what would be considered a gross income, a tax on gross income versus a tax on a deduction, and when the department would consider it deductible for California purposes, and then draw the correlation to when it occurs outside of the state, when there's a tax assessed by another state, and that tax is assessed on income versus a deductible item, in this case, cost of goods sold, and kind of wrap it all up as to whether or not cost of goods sold even exists in this case. This is a gaming income.
I think I understand your question. In order to be deductible, even if it's a tax on total receipts, there must be cost of goods sold in the tax base. In order to have cost of goods sold in the tax base, the tax must be imposed on an activity including manufacturing, merchandising, or mining. If it's on an activity such as gaming that does not have cost of goods sold, then the total receipts is going to be your gross income because cost of goods sold will never be in the tax base. since cost of goods sold will never be in the tax base, the tax is a gross income tax that cannot be deducted. I think the taxpayers, in referring to Kelly Service, talked about a service business where there's no cost of goods sold with respect to their business. And I would disagree with what they said the board said. In that case, they were looking at the tax base as a whole, and they said, taxpayer, even though you're a service provider and you don't have cost of goods sold in your tax base, that doesn't affect the characterization of the tax. We're looking at the tax base as a whole, and the tax base as a whole does tax manufacturing, merchandising, and mining without a deduction for all of the costs of goods sold. So there is an element of cost of goods sold in the tax base, and so the tax is deductible. Does that answer anything? Does that answer your question? I'd be happy to try and explain further.
It does for me, but I'm trying to get a response to Mr. Runner's question, which I thought was a valid question. An LA tax, just in general, on gross receipts, what is the determinative factor, and is it on what is the tax measured on? Because generically, the department ought to be able to answer that question generically, without, if the gross receipt is a tax on cost of goods sold versus a tax on income, and if the tax is on gaming versus another industry that is just a retail operation that has deductible cost of goods sold, how would that be treated? I'm trying to not provide a leading answer, and then I'll go to the appellant as well to give them an opportunity to respond.
So in order to determine whether the tax is deductible, we first have to look at what's the business activity that's being taxed. If it includes manufacturing, merchandising, and mining, we're going to look at whether or not there's cost of goods sold being allowed as a deduction. If there's not, then the tax will be deductible. If we look at the business activity and there is not any manufacturing, merchandising, or mining, like for example, the rents in MCA, the taxpayer paid tax only on rent, there's no cost of goods sold associated with rent, so there was no cost of goods sold in the tax base and the tax was deductible.
That's it. To the appellant.
Well, I disagree with the premise that that's the beginning and end of the question, that whether there's a cost of goods sold element in the tax. Yes, we argued that in the brief. We argued Kelly Services because Kelly Services had no cost of goods sold, and yet, as to them, with a tax base that didn't include cost of goods sold, the tax was deductible. The tax in Beamer was an occupation tax. There was no cost of goods sold allowed, and the tax was deductible. And we're saying, in one respect, we're saying we're a service business just like Kelly, and we didn't get a deduction for our wages, which was the payroll was the issue in Kelly Services that they argued. So there is precedent that you don't have to have a technical cost of goods sold to have your gross receipts be not deemed a gross income tax. That's one point I wanted to make. Secondly, we paid that income tax. This is a totally separate tax system, and the regulation itself is inconsistent with what FTB is saying. The regulation itself says you can deduct business and license taxes, and it gives as examples city business license taxes. So whether they think city business license taxes are deductible or not, the regulation says city business license taxes are deductible. So I hope they don't open an audit program on that, because it'd be 100% inconsistent with regulations that allow that deduction. We're saying our wagering tax is exactly similar to a city business license tax and should be construed as such, and therefore deductible as a privilege or license tax.
Okay. Member Harkey.
Am I on? There we go. A liquor or alcoholic beverage tax or fee, license fee, is that deductible?
I'm sorry, I can't say without looking at the specifics of the
Okay.
tax.
Okay, and I guess I'll go to the business tax or a liquor license tax. Does it matter, generally speaking, maybe I'll ask this of appeals, does it matter, generally speaking, whether there's a profit or a loss in the company? Do they still have to pay these things?
I don't know what specific business tax you're.
Well, alcoholic
about?
beverage license fee?
Yeah.
ABC charges a fee?
I don't know the specifics.
Do they, okay, so we
The thing
don't
is-
know.
the thing is, wait.
I think I know my own answer.
Okay.
Okay, I'll let the taxpayer answer, but I do believe that whether or not you have a profit or loss or whatever, you still got to pay your
Right.
fee to stay, if you want to keep your doors open. I think the city license fees are the same, that you just pay. And if you don't make money, well, that's too bad. You don't get a refund of your license fee. So in this case, if you, this is for the taxpayer, if you had paid this tax and not made any money, would you get a rebate of it?
No. This
So
tax,
it's like a fee to me. It's just a fee for operating a business. That's how I'm understanding this. You have to pay it. Whether you make money, you don't make money, it's a fee.
correct.
And that's it. Okay, thank you.
And to answer your first question, liquor, alcoholic beverage license fees are deductible by the regulation itself in California.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we have to review our regulations. Okay, thank you.
Member Stower.
Back, Franchise Tax Board, to the regulation and your argument. I think you're saying, or correct me if I'm wrong, that if it is a business license tax or a privilege tax, if that tax is based on gross income, measured by gross income, then for the purpose of the deduction, it would not be deductible?
That's correct.
The regulation seems to be a little silent on whether or not that tax can't not be part of gross income. And just based on what I'm looking at the regulation. And I'm just wondering if we need a little bit more briefing on it, because it seems like everyone's comparing the wagering tax to the city tax or to a privilege tax. And nowhere do I recall reading that these taxes aren't deductible if it's measured on gross income.
The language in the statute is very clear. The legislature has said that if it's a tax that's on or measured by income, it is not deductible. I would note that in, for example, the Robinson case, the court did refer to it as a privilege tax, but the tax was not deductible because the court determined that it was measured by income.
Okay.
It's sort of, it's sort of, I want to make sure that the members are asking questions that have some specificity to it, but should be able to be answered with a conditional answer. And so I'm going to go back to appeals and give them another shot at answering the question as it relates to any tax. You know what I mean?
Grant Thompson for the Appeals Division. I think you start with the deduction, what the legislature has permitted. And what the statute says is that taxes on or according to or measured by income or profits will not be deductible. So that's where you have to start. So for the appellant to prevail, they have to demonstrate that they come within that provision. So if you have a tax that's based on a number of ounces of alcohol sold, that would not be based on gross income, to provide one example. And it is clear that you can have a gross income tax in a service business that is based on income. In other words, it doesn't have to be a net income tax. It can be a gross income tax. If that provides any clarity.
So San Francisco's tax, is that, in your mind, deductible or not deductible? Our business license tax, fee, whatever you call it, if you have a business in San Francisco, any type of business, it is based either on gross receipts or payroll. If you meet one of the minimum thresholds, you must file a tax return every year, and you must pay a fee
Yeah, it's,
based on the gross receipts or the payroll. So would you consider that a deductible tax or not?
so that tax sounds like a arguably sort of a hybrid tax, in that it has looks at payroll and gross receipts. So I don't really know the answer. I mean, it would be a different case. I'd want to get it briefed and take a look at it. But off the top, I don't know how that would be treated or how the board would want to treat it.
Okay, what about the LA tax? Because
Mr. Runner?
I don't know,
Yes.
as the LA tax is,
Gross receipt.
it's a
Gross
gross receipt. So
yeah.
LA tax, in order to do business in LA, it's based on gross receipts. And if you meet, I would assume, a certain threshold, you have to file a tax return and you have to pay a fee every year. Do you consider that
One difference
taxable or
that-
deductible or not?
One difference that strikes me potentially with the LA gross receipts tax is that, if I understand it correctly, it applies to all different types of businesses. So some of those businesses would have a cost of goods sold component and some would not. And that seems potentially different from the scenario we have here, where we have a business that did not deduct cost of goods sold in calculating their income.
Mr. Runner?
Here's where I struggle, and again, I'm trying. Maybe both sides can come in to help me out here. Clearly, I look at this as a privilege tax to go and have your business in this particular location. And now the problem that we have is how it is that a local jurisdiction or a state has determined how to calculate that business tax. And so San Francisco is an interesting one because, again, the statute says, and this would be weird for a business statute. I think if you read the statute, I think it would say, business, if you chose to do it as a payroll tax, it's deductible. If you chose to do it as a gross receipts tax, it's not deductible. Well, clearly that's not the intent of I think the statute. The statute didn't mean to go ahead and say, okay, you can deduct it, but you can't, simply because how the jurisdiction might have chosen to go ahead and calculate some revenue. And because I don't think that, the jurisdiction just was trying to figure it out. LA decides to do that. Just like a jurisdiction could decide, for instance, on their business license for a gambling enterprise, could decide its table numbers. And table numbers then, under understanding of the statute, would say they're good, but another jurisdiction says it's gross receipts. Oh, that's now taxable. So I think that's where I get hung up in regards to trying to be consistent with what it is the intent of the law is. Let me just ask, and it seems the bottom line of all this is that you already paid your income tax. This is what we're not talking about, somebody not paying their tax. We're talking about they've already paid, and therefore what is deductible and what is then taxable. And that's where I'm not sure B section in the regulation is trying to get to, is the understanding of folks who had already paid an income tax. Am I understanding that?
That's the way I read it, and I would differ a bit with what the law says, because the law starts off saying, provides a deduction for taxes and licenses paid, except taxes on or measured by income. So instead of having to prove that it's not on or measured by income, if we prove that it's a license tax or fee, as you say, we've also said
that happens to be calculated by gross revenue.
Calculated by gross revenue, but if we've already paid an income tax based on that gross revenue, then I think we're out of the tax being on or measured by income, because we've already paid the tax or measured on or by income, and we've not deducted that tax.
Okay, I'm done.
Member Moore?
So I have another question on the Franchise Tax Board. So let's say instead of the gaming tax based on gross receipts, let's say they had a gaming tax based on number of people that came into their casino. Would that be deductible or not deductible?
That would, excuse me, be deductible because it would not be an income tax.
And
There's
we
no
do
income
pay
item
that
there.
tax also, and they
You have an
didn't
emissions
disallow
tax
that.
also?
They did not disallow that component.
Okay. So what if they had a tax, so accordingly, if they had a tax based on how many people sat at the bar, that would be okay as well?
That
Just
would be-
because it says gross receipts, then it's disallowed.
Because the statute says that taxes that are on or measured by income cannot be deducted. Yes.
So we're going to have the same problem with, I think, the LA tax as well as the San Francisco tax.
I'd be happy to look into those taxes for you if you'd like.
And I'm not sure how many other jurisdictions base their business tax on gross income or net business, net gross receipts. I don't know, but that's going to be an interesting, I'd love for you to get back to me.
I'd be happy to.
Because in my mind, those are business license fees or privilege tax to do business in that city or county. And according to your definition, they are not deductible, period.
I'd be happy to look into those.
Well,
Asking a question.
Yeah, I'd love that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
members, I agree with Member Ma that these hypotheticals, we need to sort of flesh them out for the purpose of providing clarity to those cities. The statute, however, is relatively clear that if the tax is on income, then it's not deductible. So it's a question of how the tax is measured. If you're measuring on income, and in this case, we have gaming, and the tax in question was measured on the gaming income. So the debate is not whether or not tax was paid or income tax is paid, whether or not the deduction is due and the proper amount was paid. And so that is what's before the body. And there isn't double taxation. It's just a matter of whether or not the deduction should be allowed or should not be allowed. And the statute is clear that the deduction should be allowed if, in fact, it is on, if the tax is on, is not on income. In this case, it's gaming. And the tax is on income. So it's relatively simple and clear from my perspective, even though we've got, but the other issues before us are, I believe, are very germane and very interesting. When an individual has an operation where there's a tax, and it can be measured different ways. If you can measure it on a service, or you measure it on gross, calculated on gross income, if the department's interpretation is how it's measured, and someone chooses to measure it a certain way, that's another way for them to minimize their tax liability. Quite frankly, I'm going to tell everybody in LA, measure it on the, don't measure it on the income. Go the other way unless, of course, measuring the other way yields you a higher tax liability. So like in many taxable situations, you have to sort of juggle it around, but do what's in your best interest, but at the same time, give consideration to this particular statute. Further discussion, members?
Let me just ask appeals real quick for a.
Member, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
If I may, possibly with your permission, to include in the question is the discussion about the Kelly case. I mean, the appellant brought up some issues that I, quite frankly, don't think was mentioned or dealt with in the Kelly case, or the department, either one, you know. But
let me go to appeals. I can answer your question on the Kelly case too. But my question is in regards to our ability to identify. And I guess where we get stuck here is the fact that we would I think meant some of us would identify what was being paid here was basically a business license, and then it used a calculation in this case of gross income, as opposed to one other issue. But it was, as opposed to head tax or table tax or whatever, which would have been deductible. Let me ask if within the statute and within our ability to clarify statute and regulation, do we have the ability to at least have some discussion in regards to identifying how a business tax is calculated and still call it a business tax? For instance, there's a business tax can be calculated as gross revenue, and therefore be a business tax? Because the business tax is deductible.
Right, but it has that language except if the tax is measured on or by income or profits. It's an exclusion. So if the business tax or business license or fee, whatever you want to call it, is measured by income, then you cannot have a deduction. That's what the statute says.
Yeah. But we wouldn't believe the intent of the law would be to give these people a deduction who then did it based upon tables and not give it a deductible for this group of people who did it on income.
Yeah, I mean.
Right? We wouldn't
unfortunately,
believe that was a knowledgeable choice that they made.
Right.
So what is our capacity to help clarify what seems to be an ambiguity?
If the board finds the statute's ambiguous, it could look to external sources such as legislative history for consideration. I'm not aware of any legislative history in the record in this appeal currently.
Okay.
To the Kelly case, first let me just point out that the tax code, which is, tons of statements, throughout the tax code, it provides the taxpayers with options on how to measure their taxes. This is not uncommon for the tax code to say, if you do this, then it's going to be considered taxable. If you do this, it's going to be considered not taxable. This is not uncommon. This is typical. I mean, the Supreme Court has often said that one is not cynical to arrange your finances in such a way to pay the minimum amount of taxes. And if you fail to do so, count it as a contribution to the state, unfortunately. But we have those choices, and those choices also affect other taxes. And so this is a tax that was developed by another state. But on the Kelly case, maybe the department can respond to the appellant's thoughts as it relates to the Kelly case.
Yeah, appellant's argument, as I understand it, was that the board expanded the rule here to something beyond cost of goods sold being in the tax base. In that case, the board explicitly said that the driving force in the determination that the tax was deductible was the fact that labor cost of goods sold was in the tax base, not some sort of labor or wages paid that were beyond cost of goods sold. So I would disagree with the appellant's statement on that case.
Member Harkey.
I have one area of clarification. We keep revolving around taxes on income. Isn't this taxes on gross receipts? And doesn't income involve some expense being deducted? I mean, this is taxes on gross receipts, as I understand it. I even have it written down that we're talking about income versus gross receipts.
It is possible that gross receipt and gross income is the same amount.
Right.
Okay? And I think the board concluded in its hearing summary that when gross receipts and gross income are the same amount, it per se is a non-deductible tax, if that's the base. But there's no law that says that. I believe there's no law that says that. I believe that's a conclusion that's being drawn from looking at a lot of different sources. I would say when gross income and gross receipts are the same amount, and you've already paid an income tax on the gross income, that you can't also construe a totally separate tax base as also being, it may be on gross receipts also, but it's also a privilege tax or a fee. And in that case, where you have two different taxes and you've already paid an income tax, I can't believe the legislative intent would have been to say, because both taxes are measured, in essence, by gross receipts, both taxes become non-deductible, when one of them is a privilege tax.
I keep going off. It's a like a cost of you doing the business. I mean, it is. You have to have this licensing. You have to pay this. It's on gross receipts. Whether or not there's some other deductions to income, it's still on gross receipts. If you operate your business in any other way, it would still be on your gross receipts, not on your gross income or your net income.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And all I'm saying about Kelly Services is that it was a business that did not have a legal cost of goods sold associated with it. Its income was gross income the tax it paid was on gross income, and a tax was deductible by your board's decision. Okay? It's just as simple as that. I'm not saying it absolutely definitely applies to my facts. I'm saying it was a case where there was a deduction because of labor costs was not deductible, and that's what we have. We have a tax that labor cost is not deductible. Kelly Services could be extended to apply to our situation as well.
Okay. I'm just going to answer it, but the member asked whether or not, gross income, how is it measured? And according to generally accepted accounting principles as well as tax code law, the gross income is gross receipts less cost of goods sold. Net income is gross income less all deductions. Anyway, with that said, any further discussion, members?
Move to take the matter under submission.
Member Stowar moves to take the matter under submission, second by Member Ma. Without objection, members, such will be the order. Members, thank you very much for appearing before us. The board will take your matter under consideration later on this evening and send you a written report of our decision.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Members, we will now go into closed session and with the intent of breaking around 1 o'clock, given that that is possible. Anticipation with the board returning around 2, help me out here, Ms. Stowe. 2 o'clock. Thank you.
I'm okay with that, if we get there.
You asked, and we listened. Together, we've designed a California State Board of Equalization website with you in mind. The convenient login button allows you to access many of our online services from anywhere at any time. Drop-down menus make navigation easy. You can do everything from filing a return and making a payment to finding permits and licenses. Our interactive banners highlight the latest news, programs, and services. Popular topics help you find information quickly. The How Do I and Business Center sections offer you even more helpful resources, including individual tax guides for various industries. We also want to hear from you. Tell us, how was your experience? Your feedback is important because it helps us provide you with an improved and more interactive website. So check it out at boe.ca.gov. It's designed with you in mind.
Good afternoon, members and guests. Let us reconvene the meeting of the Board of Equalization. Ms. Richmond, what is our next matter?
The board members met in closed session and they discussed settlements and personnel matters. So our next item is B3, John Nafeh and Ursula G. Berger Nafeh. Please come forward. And this taxpayer was granted an additional 5 minutes for their opening presentation.
Thank you. As the taxpayer comes forward, as well as Ms. Tran, and settles in, we would ask that Ms. Tran introduce the issues in this case.
Good
Have her convene.
afternoon, Chairman, board members. The issue before us in this appeal is whether Appellant's Corporation is considered a qualified trade or business for purposes of the qualified small business stock exclusion.
Thank you. Welcome to the Board of Equalization. You have 15 minutes to make your presentation. We will return and allow you 5 minutes on rebuttal at your convenience. Please introduce yourselves for the record, though.
Thank you, Chairman Horton and members of the board. My name is Dave Porter. I represent John and Ursula Nafeh, and I'm appearing with both of them sitting right next to me. John and Ursula Nafeh were shareholders in a company called Hedge Street, which was the first internet-based, fully non-intermediated market exchange for futures contracts. It was a computerized, web-based exchange similar to a retail online business that sells its own products. When Hedge Street was sold in 2007, the Nafehs reported their gain and claimed the 50% exclusion of the gain on sale of a qualified small business stock, QSBS, as allowed by Internal Revenue Code Section 1202 and the conforming California Revenue and Taxation Code 18152.5. The FTB is contesting whether Hedge Street is a qualified trade or business. That is the primary question. We have handed out 3 exhibits, and I'd like to identify those. The first one is the relevant subdivision of the statute. The second is a Commodity Futures Trading Commission press release dated February 20th, 2004, providing a full description of Hedge Street as a marketplace exchange. And the third exhibit is a declaration from Gregory J. Robbins, Hedge Street's former outside legal counsel and an expert in commodities laws and future exchanges, to serve as his testimony in this hearing. I would now like to ask John Nafeh to tell you about Hedge Street and explain how it functioned.
Thank you. I wanted to thank the board that they give us the opportunity to address the issue. And I thank the board again giving us 5 minutes more, because I wanted to explain what really the statute is about. Once we understand what is the statute about, all of those questions will be answered in the statute. So the statute objectives as old as Adam Smith in his book, The Wealth of Nations. In 1776, he outlined what makes the economic prosperity of a nation. He came with one thing, that new ways to invent new revenue. And this is the foundation of prosperity of any nation. And of course, for the board to understand, new revenue means new taxes, and this was the whole thing. I was told that Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher had a paper bag of this book in her handbag all the time. She was the Prime Minister of England, and she renovated the whole structure in UK. This takes me about what is the legislators did of bringing this statute. The legislators were to encourage the creation of new revenue. Encourage the creation of new revenue is encouraging more taxes. So what they did in the statute, the statute rule intended to stimulate investment in a defined new small business by affording investors the opportunity to exclude or defer some or all of their gain from sales of stock. Because the investor at that time, because it's a new revenue, has a lot of risk. And the statute wanted to reward the investor that they investing in a very high risky proposition. They said, we are going to take care about you, give you a tax break. So it was a quid pro quo. I believe the legislators were in their best, brilliant in authoring this statute. Okay. I look at statute in front of you. What the statute, what the legislator wanted to do, how they can list a new revenue, and they don't know what is the new revenue. 30 years ago, if you told everybody the new revenue will be the internet, nobody would have known what is the internet. And this is why what is unique about this statute, they did it the other way. They said, let us take all the legacy revenue out, and it can't be part of the legacy revenue. And this is how they defined the new revenue, because they didn't know. And we don't know what tomorrow new revenue will be. And the statute defined qualified trade or business means any trade or business other than. So they used the negation, not defining the business itself. Trade or business involving a performance of services in the field of health, law, engineering, architecture, and so on, or where the principal asset of the trade or the business is reputation of skill of one or more employees. If you look at all of these businesses, what is common with them? All what is common with them, performance of service, and their assets is the skill and the reputation of one or more. Hedge Street was not performance of business. Hedge Street was the first regulated exchange of its kind in the nation in the early years of the internet. It was, and this is what CFTC wrote in the exhibition, fully electronic. There is no people serving anybody. It's fully electronic, non-intermediated. There is no mediation in it, and over the internet. So if anybody read fully electronic, non-intermediated, over the internet, and come and said you serving people like a law firm, like accounting firm, you can't prove false negative. And on the top of that, Hedge Street asset was not the asset of one or more employees. Hedge Street asset was the internet platform that people trade in it, and the license from the government, from the federal government, to operate such platform. This is the only asset Hedge Street has. And by the way, it just for you, for me coming with the idea, and has been recommended and adopted and encouraged the CFTC to approve this application, was Bob Schiller, last year Nobel Prize winner, and Phil McBride Johnson was the former chairman of CFTC. Both of them went to CFTC and said, this is a new concept and the whole country will benefit from it. And when we look at personnel, there was nobody advising anybody for investment. As a matter of fact, Hedge Street was like eBay, eliminating the need for auction house, which eBay did. Hedge Street eliminated the need for any kind broker or middleman. The second part of the, I don't know how many minutes I still have.
I'm
Still have 7 minutes.
7?
no one, but do your best.
Oh, okay. The second part, which is part section B, saying have to include banking, insurance, financing, leasing, investment, or any other business. What is common in all of those businesses that they put capital at risk. This is what they do. Any insurance, banking, financing, investing, they put capital at risk. But the profitability of Hedge Street was on the volume of the trading. Hedge Street never put capital at risk, never invested for itself or others, and never had any fiduciary obligation to its member. Any investment or insurance have obligation to their investor. Hedge Street as a exchange doesn't have any obligation to their member. And this really, in this respect, Hedge Street is much more like an internet company selling a product than it is like a bank, insurance, financing, and leasing. And exhibit number 3 is done by Greg Robbins, who is one of the few experts in the field in the country. He was a lawyer handling this with CFTC for Hedge Street, but he left. He is now the COO of a company, $13 billion company, and he signed the declaration under the penalty of perjury. If anybody can think, somebody managing $13 billion company and perjuring himself on a third, a hand, anyway. The last thing really I wanted to say, because this took from us 7 years. Now we have been debating this. And unfortunately, the FTB denied our protest. Their conclusion is in direct contradiction with the statute. And I believe it's either due to they really didn't read or understood this statute, or they were more interested in raising tax revenue at any cost, that they just didn't care what the statute mean. My wife and I have been overwhelmed and overburdened by FTB myriad of mysterious and exhausted argument for 7 years about what Hedge Street was. I'm still wondering what they think it was. Given all the written brief we submitted, expert witness, the exhibits you have, and my explanation about the genealogy of this statute, we appeal to the board to correct this unjust and wrong assessment of the FTB and remove this burden on me and my wife. You are the nation's only elected tax board, and I believe you are the good and just. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does that conclude?
Our opening, yes, Chairman
All right.
Horton.
Members will now go to the department. The department has 15 minutes to make their presentation to the extent that they need it. We'd ask that you commence with your introduction for the record.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Judy Hirano Beside me is Churro Imordino. We represent the Franchise Tax Board. The issue here is whether Head Street, an online futures exchange, was a qualified trader business for purposes of the qualified small business stock exchange exclusion, so that appellants may exclude 50% of the gain from the sale of their stock in Head Street. The evidence is Head Street was not a qualified trader business for several independent reasons or grounds. First, its principal asset was the skill and expertise of appellant husband. Next, it performed financial services. In addition, it provided brokerage services. Finally, it was an investing or similar business. Each of these is a separate and independent ground on which your board may determine Head Street was not a qualified trader business. Head Street was formed in 2000. Appellant husband, a co-founder with a PhD from Stanford in decision and risk analysis, was instrumental in developing the algorithms and software that created the Head Street Internet Electronic Exchange. Because the principal asset of Head Street's business was Dr. Nafeh's expertise and skill in designing and developing the electronic trading system, Head Street was not a qualified trader business. In fact, Dr. Nafeh received a patent for an invention that is the Head Street Internet-based electronic futures trading system. He first filed a patent application in 2000, and in 2005, filed the patent application that was approved in 2010. Head Street was the first internet-based, government-regulated online exchange where traders could purchase at low cost futures contracts based on the performance of an economic index at a future time. The traders interacted directly with the trading facility without a third-party intermediary or broker. Head Street also settled the futures contracts purchased and sold on its online exchange. Only Head Street, Dr. Nafeh designed and created the futures contracts. Head Street offered two types of futures contracts based on economic indices such as interest or mortgage rates and housing prices. First, Head Street offered binary options. That is, there were only two possible outcomes, and the payout was either $0 or $10. An option might be that the price of gold on October 16, 2015, will be greater than $1,200. The two possible outcomes are the price of gold will be greater than $1,200, or the price of gold will be less than or equal to $1,200. The option with the actual outcome will earn a $10 payout. The opposing option will earn a $0 payout. Head Street also offered futures contracts with a variable payout between $0 and $10, depending on where the underlying economic index finished in relation to the range. Appellants purchased Head Street stock in 2001 and sold the stock in 2007. In 2004, Head Street obtained approval from the United States Commodity Futures Trading Commission to operate as a trading facility and clearinghouse under the Federal Commodity Exchange Act. In 2001 and again in 2005, Dr. Nafeh applied for a patent for an invention that was the Head Street Electronic Trading Facility. Clearly, Head Street's principal asset was Dr. Nafeh's expertise and skill in designing the Head Street Electronic Trading Facility. Thus, Head Street was not a qualified trader business for purposes of the qualified small business stock exclusion. Additional separate and independent reasons Head Street was not a qualified trader business for purposes of the QSBS exclusion are that it performed financial services and brokerage services, and it was an investing or similar business. Initially, it is instructive to examine the purpose of the QSBS exclusion and to ascertain the legislative intent in enacting the QSBS statute. The California QSBS statute is modeled on the federal statute, which was enacted as part of legislation providing tax incentives for investment and jobs aimed at small businesses, distressed communities, and the working poor. In addressing what the legislature intended in enacting the QSBS exclusion, the first step in determining the legislative intent is to look at the language of the statute. The legislature intended that certain types of businesses would not be eligible for the QSBS exclusion and defined qualified trader business by exclusion. The QSBS statute excludes from being a qualified trader business a business that performs services in specified fields such as financial services and brokerage services. The statute also excludes from being a qualified trader business any banking, insurance, financing, investing, or similar business. In addition, the statute excludes from being an eligible corporation a regulated investment company, a real estate investment trust, and a real estate mortgage investment conduit, or REMIC. The statutory exclusions reveal a legislative intent to exclude service industries and financial and investing businesses. Here, Head Street was an investing or similar business and provided financial and brokerage services. Thus, it was not a qualified trader business. First, Head Street's revenue was driven by traders buying and selling financial instruments on the online trading facility with the goal to make a profit. Thus, it was an investing or similar business. Second, there were no third-party intermediaries or brokers on the Head Street exchange. Thus, the Head Street electronic trading system, in essence, provided brokerage services in matching buyers and sellers of the futures contracts traded on the online exchange and in charging an exchange fee comparable to a brokerage commission. Third, as an automated clearinghouse, Head Street maintained and monitored traders' accounts. Head Street settled the futures contracts between the traders and adjusted their accounts based on the outcome of the contracts. It also paid interest on certain account balances. Head Street thus provided financial services. In the context of the statutory scheme, given the legislative intent disclosed in the language of the statute, specifically the types of businesses expressly excluded from being eligible for the exclusion, Head Street's business was not a qualified trader business for purposes of the QSBS exclusion. Head Street was not a qualified trader business on several independent grounds. First, the principal asset of its business was the skill and expertise of appellant husband. Second, it provided brokerage services. In addition, it provided financial services. Finally, it was an investing or similar business. Your board may determine Head Street was not a qualified trader business on any one of these independent grounds. Thus, appellants are not entitled to the 50% exclusion of the gain from the sale of their stock in Head Street. Respondent requests that your board sustain its action in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. On rebuttal, please.
Thank you. The FTB maintains that the intellectual property algorithm and patent of John Nafeh falls under the language of the statute that references the skill of an employee being a principal asset of the business. Such a novel interpretation would subject a company like Intel or eBay or Amazon to the exception to the statute, since they probably have thousands of patents, but they do not perform any services at all. They sell things. Look, it comes down to whether consumers or customers went to Head Street because John Nafeh's reputation and because they wanted him to provide a personal service for them, or whether they went to Head Street at any time of the day or night to purchase a product over the internet without talking to anyone. There are only 3 legal authorities in existence, and they all support the taxpayers. The first is the statute itself. The BOE acknowledged in a letter dated to the parties, dated October 21, 2014, the legislative intent and many versions of the statute passed by Congress contain the word other, such that it says, any business involving the performance of services in the fields of health, law, financial services, brokerage services, or any other business where the reputation or skill of one or more of its employees is the principal asset of the business. The only other authorities in existence on our specific issue are Private Letter Ruling 2014-36001, issued by the Internal Revenue Service, and an opinion by the United States Tax Court in John P. Owen versus Commissioner, TC Memo 2012-21. Both interpreted the performance of services to mean services performed by a person in the form of individual expertise, like advice or something somebody does for a customer. The private letter ruling involved a company that operated in the pharmaceutical industry. It aided clients in the commercialization of experimental drugs. The company's main business activities were researching the effectiveness of drug formulations, conducting clinical tests, and manufacturing drugs. The IRS explained the thrust of the statute is that businesses are not qualified businesses if they offer value to customers primarily in the form of services and, quote, the company is not in the business of offering service in the form of individual expertise, unquote. Despite recognizing the company's clear connections to the pharmaceutical industry, which is a component of the health industry, a clearly prohibited field, the IRS ruled that the company's activities did not amount to the performance of services in the health industry, like visiting a doctor. Similarly, Head Street received its revenue from third parties who bought and sold its products over the internet. It was not in the field of performing financial services, like visiting an investment advisor. The tax court case, John P. Owen versus Commissioner, involved a company that created and sold prepaid legal service policies, tax-deferred annuities, and insurance-related financial products. The founder, Mr. Owen, was a seasoned insurance salesman with 40 years of expertise. The tax court stated it had no doubt that the success of the company was properly attributable to Mr. Owen. However, the court said Mr. Owen did not sell in his personal capacity. Accordingly, even though the company provided estate planning services, the tax court held that the company qualified as QSBS because it earned its money by selling legal and estate planning service policies and because the taxpayer did not personally participate in the selling. Similar to Mr. Owen, appellant John Nafeh may have been instrumental in developing and obtaining the patent and algorithm used by the company for the automated internet clearinghouse, but Head Street received its revenue from third parties who purchased its products over the internet. Mr. and Mrs. Nafeh did not perform selling services in their personal capacity. No one performed any professional services. In conclusion, the private letter ruling and the Owen case both define the performance of services in the subdivision of the statute to mean personal, individual expertise. We would ask that the board please deny and reject the Franchise Tax Board notice of action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Discussion, members? Member Harkey.
Hi, thank you. These questions are for the taxpayer. You had employees.
Yes.
How many employees did you have?
It started few and at the end 40, around 40.
About 40 towards the end. Okay. What was their function?
They were engineers working on the platform because the platform needs maintenance. Not one of them has a brokerage license. No one of them received a call and answered it. Nobody is in performing services. They were electronic engineers keeping the platform alive.
Okay. Were there any employees licensed brokers or agents?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Because, Mrs. Commissioner, any broker or anything, they have a license. We didn't hire anybody has a license because we don't need it. Hedge Street was not a broker like FTB saying, for good reason. And this is very abundantly clear for you. You wanted taxes. Hedge Street was not a broker because the brokers, their balance sheet is subjected, if anybody sues them, their balance sheet in this, and also they have a fiduciary responsibility to any consumer to do the best execution. For exchange in general don't have this.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Hedge Street did charge its companies a fee per transaction. How much was the fee and how did that work?
As I remember, was $1 or $2, was not, because the whole issue when I came with the idea how to democratize selling futures and so on, and this is why Bob Schiller and the chairman of CFTC acknowledged it, how to democratize. And if you really look at the statute, there is no reference on exchange fees. Also noted above the clear intent of this statute not to apply to businesses that generate fees from commission, but instead to apply to professional services, a lawyer, an accountant. And why? Why it became a corollary? Because they are professional service, their assets. Therefore, is the skill or reputation of them.
Right.
You go to a doctor because you heard about a good doctor. You go to a lawyer in a law firm, same thing. And this is why in the statute, having all of these professional firms, it's very important that it's reputation or skill of their employees.
Okay, so this was in essence just an online service.
eBay.
Well, let your.
Can I add also that the one fact that needs to be explained also is Hedge Street was selling its own products. It's the exchange, so nobody had to deal with anyone else, go through anyone else. An exchange like the New York Stock Exchange, NASDAQ, this is now the new exchange over the internet, but other products weren't on the exchange. Hedge Street developed its own products and sold the products on its exchange.
Okay, in one of the interviews that was used to present the case, one of the interviews, it was stated by, I believe, the founder, that Hedge Street clients had an account at a bank, and that there was a minimum amount for this account, and they would set up a Hedge Street account, is how it was.
A trust account.
Yeah, a trust account. And so you kept those accounts, and did you pay then interest on accounts?
With the CFTC, they said you cannot keep the account. The account has to be trust account and is owned by the customer. We paid interest for more than $1,000 because some people complained, how come we have more $1,000 and we didn't have any interest. We just passed the interest the bank pay to them. But the question really, did we take their money and invested it and we paid their interest? Was no, we were passing the interest for operational purposes.
Okay, so you did take accounts, you had
Yes.
a trust account at
Yes.
the bank, and each person, and you
Yes.
you took care of the
Yes.
accounting. And then when, in essence, the bank paid you interest on, you distributed that on a pro rata share.
Yes, because it wasn't investment. We didn't, Hedge State never invested for itself or for others. It's operation, it's a platform.
And the purpose of keeping the amount, the dollars on file or in the account was for what?
The purpose of the keeping the money in account was that people had to put up money so that if they lost, the money was there available.
Just let me.
Right.
The purpose they put their money because they come to the platform and they trade. The system check if they have money or not. If they don't have money, they cannot trade.
Okay. Okay, but there was no communication, no
Not
suggestion.
one single communication, not an advice. We are not performing advice. You know.
You just set up a website.
Yes, and the Commodity Future Trading Commission, we were under their eyes. We couldn't do anything. And for just one more point here, if we were broker or investment advisor or all of those are licensed by another government agency. In terms of future, it's a National Future Association. In terms of a stock and the other investment is FINRA, Financial Regulation Agency. So we never had any one of those because we are a CFTC umbrella. We don't care about, we are not allowed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion, members? Member Ma.
So let me ask the taxpayer. So I hear eBay.
Yes.
So Pierre, who's the inventor of eBay? Pierre
Amador.
There you are. Invented eBay 1995, right?
Yes.
He, I'm sure, developed patents.
Yes.
But people did not go to eBay because of Pierre.
Of course, they didn't even know his name.
Okay, so similar to your platform, they didn't
Yes.
come to you because Dr. Nafeh invented eBay and we're going to get some sort of wisdom or be able to talk to him or get some advice from him, or you send out, I don't know, but by being on Head Street, they're going to get some sort of advantage or advice from you. I mean,
it never happened.
It was just like
actually, most of the people, all of the people came. They didn't even know John Nafeh existed.
Okay.
In the same way, they never really knew Pierre existed.
Okay. So when we talk about the trade or service to the Franchise Tax Board, it says, or any trade or business where the principal asset of such trade or business is the reputation or skill of one of more of its employees, so the Franchise Tax Board, right? So when I read this paragraph, it has to do with professionals, like lawyers, accountants, all these people, financial service consultants, athletes, people who have to get a license and who advertise their service where people will actually go because they want to have that skill or service by that person. That's how I read paragraph A. I'm just asking you. I know you're saying that it is the principal asset was Dr. Nafeh, but what I'm hearing is that it is like an eBay. People didn't go to their platform to trade because of Dr. Nafeh.
We're not saying that his reputation was the principal asset of Head Street. We're saying his skill and expertise in being able to develop this online trading facility with, it's called, I think, a time price priority algorithm to be able to match these offers and bids to sell and buy futures contracts. This is pretty intricate work. It's not just, setting up a website. And this skill that he had was the principal asset of Head Street, because without this, there would have been no Head Street trading facility without his skill and expertise.
Yeah.
But it could have been anybody that developed the patent.
Except Dr. Nafeh did. And he did apply for it and did receive the patent for this particular, as a new invention. Because, you can't just duplicate and get a patent for something that's duplicative of what's already existing. So it was a new type of trading facility with various. He had worked into, for example, what he mentioned, that a consideration was the amount of funds available to the trader so that the trading facility would not allow trades if a trader did not have sufficient funds. And so that was part of monitoring the accounts. It was a sophisticated online facility because there's no intermediary, no third-party intermediary. The electronic system needed to do the matching between the traders' contracts to know when they were matched and so forth. It was not just simply opening a website.
Can I just add one thing to the lady?
Dr. Nafeh.
I didn't develop the algorithm or the trading system. One who developed all of this sophisticated algorithm and so on. I am saying I applied and got the patent. This is the idea. But the exchange itself, I didn't develop. The company bought the exchange, all the intricate things they're talking about from a company called eSpeed in New York. So if she claims with my knowledge and the patent and so on, I was able to develop the algorithm and the exchange and keeping everybody out that they don't have funds to trade and all of that. I didn't do any of this stuff. So her argument here, I'm completely out of this. And we bought it from eSpeed in New York.
Okay, so a couple other questions just to answer whether you are a financial services firm. Were you a financial services firm?
No, absolutely
okay, so
not.
to be a financial services firm, what does that require to be a financial services firm?
Financial services firm, it is a brokerage or helping customer for investment, and all of those issues we were not, because we didn't perform an advice. We didn't put capital at risk, because what the tax board interested in taxes on the profit. Our profit was coming only by the volume of the trade.
Similar to eBay.
Similar to eBay, but the profit of the financial service industry is coming that they put money at risk and they get the return on capital invested.
Right.
If the board had to look to the international test for all the banks in the world, they didn't come, a bank has a transaction of doing. They came to the conclusion the banks, they earn their profit from putting money at risk, capital at risk, not because any business, when you go to a restaurant, you do a transaction. Any business has a transaction, but the trick is where the business brings the profit. Is it from the transaction or from putting capital at risk.
Okay. So when people got on your exchange, they didn't call you,
No.
right?
No.
Did they call any broker? Like,
No.
was there an 800 number saying, if you need advice before you invest, please call us here and we will help you and give you advice?
Absolutely not. Never. Because it's against our designation by CFTC.
Okay. And so all of your employees were engineers?
Yes.
That just made sure that the platform ran
Works.
smoothly, it didn't
Yes.
crash?
Yes.
And that people got their trades executed, right?
Exactly. We are like, you know, if you look at the CFTC, they saying here, fully electronic, non-intermediated trade over the internet. If the internet didn't exist at that time, all of this would have been academic exercise.
Right. So
Did they hear we will be advice, we will be financial service, we will be, this is the only function of the exchange.
It does not say that on the.
It doesn't.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Member Moore.
Sure.
Member Stowell?
Just a couple of questions to the
Sure.
appellant. So you said that you didn't design the exchange, but it was your patent.
Yes.
Can you clarify to me what the patent did?
Yes. I didn't do the patent for this. I did the patent in abstract, binary option, and the mathematical, and so on, the patent. But to take the patent and transform the patent to exchange has all of these capabilities. This exchange was bought from a company called eSpeed. Cantor Fitzgerald eSpeed.
Okay. Now, as far as whether Head Street was an investment-type business,
No.
Your Head Street's customers would buy various contracts.
They buy and sell.
Buy and sell.
And we are the only.
For the purpose of making a profit? No, that's the question.
When people buy and sell, of course, the objective for each one is a profit, but not for Hedge Street. We only charge a fee on the transaction like eBay. When you go to eBay and you wanted to buy and sell, you feel you did a good deal buying or selling something you like. It is not the interest of eBay except the fees they charge for you.
I follow that, but the customers on Head Street, they were, in my world, buying some type of an investment tool.
Well, I want to add something. You used the word buy, and that is the key thing. I mean, let's go take an abstract. I want to buy something. I go down to my local grocery store, and I know the people there, but I'm buying a product. And the Franchise Tax Board has alleged, first of all, there's financial services going on. There's purchasing going on. There's no professional services being offered. There's no personal professional services being offered. It's strictly, as you asked, which is correct, buying a product over the internet, not talking to anyone, which is important, I think.
Yeah, I understand, but they are buying a product over the internet, and that product, these different contracts
Correct.
come under the umbrella of some type of an investment or hedging to see if the price of gold is going to go up or down.
Yes, it's in their mind. It's like when you go and buy on eBay, you buy something because you bought it because it will go up in price, or you sold something because it became out of fashion. It is the same mentality. Hedge Street was not investment in any way, shape, or form. Because, Madam, you have to look to one thing. Where Hedge Street got its profit? for you to tax it. It's a profit coming from the volume of trade, not because they put capital and invested the capital and the return on the... This is the litmus test between investment company and the operating company.
Okay, I understand your position. To the Franchise Tax Board, can you explain to me your position again on why you think it's two things, why you think it's a brokerage type company and why you think it's an investment type company?
Well, the statute does say brokerage services.
Brokerage services, excuse me.
And investing or similar business.
Right.
And those are the grounds. First of all, in terms of the brokerage services, as I think Dr. Nafeh mentioned, this was a non-intermediated electronic exchange, which meant there were no third-party brokers or who would handle the purchase and sale of these futures contracts. And therefore, in general, a broker is one, for example, a real estate broker is one who brings together a buyer and seller and then charges a commission on this transaction when it's consummated. And essentially what Hedge Street was doing was matching the offers to buy and sell these futures contracts similar to a broker and bringing them together and then charging this fee, which was called an exchange fee, comparable to a brokerage commission. That's for the brokerage services.
Okay, don't go any further. But we don't have a person involved. So are you saying that you can have a brokerage service without having a human person?
There's no requirement that there be a person who's a broker. It functions. The statutory term is not broker, but brokerage services. And brokerage services in a general sense, and that's how the language of statutes generally should be interpreted, as giving them the general ordinary meaning. In terms of brokerage, it's merely bringing together a buyer and a seller, one who wants to buy and the other who wants to sell an item.
Okay. And then
I just have...
No, I'm good. Can you go and explain to me about why you think it's a business similar to investment?
Well, it did engage in selling these financial instruments. These are essentially financial instruments sold to traders who wanted to make a profit, similar to anyone else who makes investments in the stock market or whatever. And in this case, Hedge Street created its own futures contracts, listed these on the exchange, and offered these to people who wanted to buy and sell these, trade these, to make a profit. And in that sense, it was for these traders in an investing business.
Okay. And just one final question back to the appellant. In your exhibit, your first one, Exhibit 1, on Cap B, you have any banking, insurance, financing, leasing, or similar business. Your exhibit does not have investing on there. Was that just an oversight?
Investing is in the Part B.
Mm-hmm. But your copy of the statute that you provided as an exhibit, I don't see the word investing here.
Let's see, finance. Oversight.
That is an oversight then. Okay. Let me point out, though, that our copy of the statute also does not include the word other, because we think that one word does not matter itself, but certainly it does appear in the legislative intent and the Internal Revenue Code, which California conformed to, so that it helps you interpret the statute.
Can I just have
sure,
otherwise,
one
yes,
minute
the other word
comment on
oversight.
FTB about the brokerage? The difference between Hedge Street and any broker, the broker by definition, it is the provision, they give advice to the provision of investment. Hedge Street never did that. The broker, they have fiduciary obligation. When you go to a broker and you wanted to make a transaction for investment, he has a fiduciary requirement done by NFA or FINRA. We never had exchanges don't have a fiduciary requirement. Second, if anything wrong for the brokerage, their balance sheet is subjected to this. The government or any other agency can block their balance sheet. Balance sheet is tied to their performance for advising. We never had this because we are exchange. Exchanges don't have their balance sheet depending on this, or they don't provide advice for investment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Member Renner.
Yeah, I want to just try to clarify, at least in the concept, the issue of brokerage services.
Yeah.
So FTB, you would understand brokerage services as the responsibility of bringing a buyer and seller together equals a brokerage service.
So matching a buyer and seller and then charging a fee for that, a commission or fee.
Does it depend what they did for that fee? I mean, for instance, when I think of personal brokerage services, I think of you hire somebody, they're managing a portfolio of yours, or they're not managing a portfolio. They've got information about a stock or something that they're doing, and you're giving them a fee because of their knowledge of what it is that you're buying and selling. That's, to me, that's normally that I would think of as a brokerage. You're talking about just the fact that you have a mechanism that brings together a buyer and seller, a platform.
That's correct.
You believe that's a brokerage service?
Well, the statute does not mention broker as
No, it says brokerage services.
Brokerage services, yes.
Right.
And does not therefore require that there be a broker per se.
Okay, right, but you would consider that a brokerage services?
Brokerage.
Because you simply bring a buyer and a seller together?
To match, yes.
So, for instance, if it was a room and somebody owned a building, and you had in this building tables, and you had in this in this room you had people who were selling and people who were buying, and you had them come to a table to talk to each other because you own the building, you would call that, you'd say the building owner is a brokerage service.
I can't visualize that situation.
Well, I'm trying to get an analogy to a knowledge or a concept that's non-electronic, in terms of it's the same idea. I mean, in my head, it's the same idea. It's a room, you've got a table, and you have people who are walking around who are brokers and sellers, and you have a table, and they sit down at the table because you own the table and the building, and they buy and sell. You would say the people who own the building and the table are a brokerage service.
I would say that this is more akin to just having like what is that, like a white elephant sale or something. This is how I visualize it, and so it's quite different from the situation.
Help me understand your white elephants.
Well, bringing together just people who want to buy, some people who want to buy, some people who want to sell. Just that physical act itself is not necessarily what we have here, because we have a very specialized, highly, it's an electronic, very sophisticated facility that brings together.
That's what I'm trying to struggle with. I'm trying to think. Yeah, and you're right. I mean, I'm simplified that with the issue of a table. They have a very sophisticated table that helps helps those people make a decision. Let me ask you, if you were a brokerage service and again, do we know, if you were actually a brokerage service, wouldn't you need a license or something to operate?
Absolutely. I would be in jail. Today, I will be in jail if I did a brokerage service, because brokerage service for a license, if you're doing a stock, it's under FINRA.
Okay, let me go back to FT. Are we aware of any unlicensed brokerage services that operate?
You know, the issue in this case is really not whether or not Head Street had any appropriate licenses or not. I think the issue.
You think they may have needed one?
I don't claim to be, an expert in that area.
But you've defined them
that's
as a
not the
brokerage
issue.
service.
But that's not the issue, I think, in this case, whether or not they had a necessary license. I think that's kind of a red herring that's maybe thrown in. But, whether or not they were performing, in essence, these functions.
I guess I don't know if it's a red herring or an indication that they're not a brokerage service.
And I would say that brokerage services, as stated in the statute, isn't necessarily limited to a particular kind of broker that you may visualize, that whom you consult for in terms of making investments, perhaps in mutual funds.
So you believe the
stocks.
issue of brokerage services a bit services in the statute is a bit interpretive. We can interpret what that means.
Well, I think it's a broad term. It's not necessarily
So
limited
brokerage,
to-
you would believe brokerage services would include folks that are licensed and folks that aren't licensed, or all folks should be licensed?
Well, I think that, generally, when we think of like real estate brokers and investment.
Yeah, but see, I don't like your analogy in regards to real estate brokerage, because when I hire when I hire a realtor, I don't hire a realtor just to put together a deal for me. I hire a realtor for their expertise in getting me through the process and getting me through escrow and that's what I hire. If it was just putting the deal together, I don't need them. I need them to kind of go and tell me and show me the market, tell me what's good, tell me what my value of my house is when I go to list it. That's what I buy when I get a brokerage service from a real estate broker. I get their active participation in my sale. So I don't think the idea that they're like a realtor, a real estate broker, I don't think holds, because I don't believe they were active in interpreting and giving advice on the sale.
My understanding is that the site was, did provide information about some of the economic indices that were, for which futures contracts were being offered. And so, they were at least providing some information to the
Well, let me ask you,
traders.
what kind of information were you providing that may or may not have required you to have a brokerage license?
The information we were providing is a minimum set if we are listing a product to be sold, exactly like the eBay. We describe what it is, which is duplicated in another 10,000 sites on the internet. It is not unique. Can I just take?
Well, hold on. So you would just provide, the information you provide is a description
Yes.
of what it is that is being sold.
Absolutely. We are forbidding.
And so without advice or without opinion, it is a description of what's being sold. Did you come up with that description?
No.
So you just found that description somewhere else, and that's what it is?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Can
And you had
I-
another comment real quick.
1 minute. We're talking about brokerage services, which drive their revenue. And I think this is the litmus test for taxes, is the revenue from the provision of investment advice. And if you take this, therefore, have the principal asset, the reputation or the skill of one person. If you're taking advice from somebody, you wanted the best one, you get advice. The second point, which you touched on it, is if we have any other function in these services, we would have gotten a license as a broker, as an advisor, and there is 2 other major license places, FINRA and the NFA.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Question of the appellant. What was it that you got the patent for?
The patent was about binary options.
Okay.
Which is a very strange way. It's like digital option.
Mhm.
You buy instrument, like the interest rate going up or down. If you buy it for 5 and you are right, you get 10. If you are wrong, you get zero. Digital means zero, either all or nothing.
And how is that algorithm used? I mean, how would I use it?
It's really...
What value would it have to me? Nothing?
Big banks use it, like JP Morgan and the Goldman Sachs, use something like this between them. But I thought people would be interested in something retail. Our contract bundle was $10 and then $100. I thought it's retail, kind of, to see the direction, if the interest rate going up or down.
So that what you've gotten the patent for
Yes.
Has nothing to do with the service provided?
No.
And to the department, how does that distinguish, how do you distinguish what eBay does from what the appellant's doing? Are you of a mind that something is happening other than just a willing buyer going online, seeing a particular product, and buying it without any participation from the appellant or his patent idea?
Well, first, in relation to eBay, it was previously briefed that, Head Street was similar to eBay, but in fact, eBay is not a securities or futures exchange, and so it's really quite unlike Head Street.
My
which was,
apologies for interrupting.
Oh, yes.
I want to get to the point.
Okay.
The question is, this is not the entities or what they're called. It is the service that's being provided. So how do you distinguish the service provided by eBay, which is a general listing of stuff that you can go in and buy? eBay doesn't participate in that. He just put it on the site, and you just go in and choose whatever you want. What's so different about what the appellant's doing?
Well, eBay does not create the products that it sells. And in this case, Hedge Street does create the products which people will purchase and sell. In addition, the patent for that Dr. Nafeh got, it notes that the patent's for a risk hedging contract trading system. And the declaration of Mr. Robbins, it notes in paragraph 10 that Hedge Street's principal assets are its systems used to match buyers and sellers and its regulatory licenses. What was developed, our understanding, is the core of the business. And this goes back to the principal asset analysis, that this is what the business was, and that's what the Owen case talks about.
So to try to simplify it for myself here, is that your argument is that because of his knowledge, his skills, and the use of this patent idea, he's able to research the market and develop risk, and then as a result of developing risk and analysis of values and investments and potential for return, then make recommendations to folks, and then folks go in and either accept his recommendations or not?
No.
Yeah.
He did not.
That's not what he's saying he does.
Yes, you're right. He's not making recommendations, but just the creation of the whole system is a very sophisticated system of, taking into account his specialty is risk management, and that was key in his coming up with the algorithms to figure out how to, create a system where people could purchase and buy these options or futures contracts, but without the system itself, the facility itself, incurring undue risk in terms of economic loss. And so he did. This whole system does take into account that, therefore, the resources of the traders to ensure that they don't exceed their resources.
Maybe I'll go to the department now. I'm just trying to distinguish. There's a lot of different things we're sort of talking about here. And you're talking about the income derived from the transaction. and you're trying to determine if there is a qualified small business stock exclusion. And so I guess you're talking about the stock investment in the business and whether or not there's a qualified exemption or something like that. But I'm having a bit of a challenge distinguishing what the appellant's doing and just providing that service. So, but if your argument goes to the qualified business stock exclusion and it goes to the value that the individuals investing are investing in that, and they're investing in the knowledge and so forth and so on, as opposed to all the individual transactions that are going on, maybe that's a different argument, but I don't hear that argument on the floor. So a generic question to appeals, can you, based on your understanding of the briefs and so forth, can you provide some clarity here as to what FTB is alleging happened and why it's not, you don't have to say why, but just, I know you can't do that. We'll let them try to do that. But.
So you're asking me what my impression of what the FTB's position
yes.
is?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's a very difficult thing, I understand. My apologies for putting you in that place.
From what I understand, it sounds like, thank you. From what I understand, it sounds like they're arguing that the taxpayer's business, Hedge Street, was providing services in the field of, which one was that? It's the of financial services or brokerage services. And then they also argue that alternative arguments for not allowing the exclusion is that their principal asset is the skill of Mr. Nafeh. Then the other argument they're making is that they're an excluded investing or similar business. The problem here is that financial services, brokerage services, investing or similar businesses, all those words aren't defined. So it's a factual determination of how you guys want to determine whether or not the specific activities that Hedge Street is performing falls within these categories.
Yeah, that's a little helpful. And thus say you, department?
Do you have I'm sorry, do you have a specific question? I'm not certain. What would you like?
I think I'm good. Okay. Thank you very much. Further discussion, members? Member Stowar?
Move to take the matter into submission.
Member Stowar, move to take the matter into submission. Second by Member Runner. Without objection, members, such will be the case. Thank you very much for appearing before us today. The board will take your matter under submission and send you a written report of our decision. 1 second.
Okay.
Just dig on.
All right.
Real quick.
No.
Members, let us move to item F1. And let me note to the audience as well as to the members that unless there's objection, there's a cameraman in the room. And Ms. Richmond, will you please take us there? F1.
So our next item is item F, public hearings. We have item F1, proposed amendments to sales and use tax regulation 1505, morticians.
Thank you, members. Members, we are now on F1, proposed amendment to the sales and use tax regulation 1505, morticians. Presenters today is Monica Silva, tax counsel with the legal department. And Mr. Heller will introduce himself for the record, please.
Yes, Monica Gonzalez Silva here with Mr. Bradley Heller for the legal department.
The proposed amendments update the name of the regulation from morticians to funeral directors, adds definitions, updates information, tax rates, and examples in the regulation. We've had no public comments for today's hearing, but I do want to note a typographical error that was brought to my attention, specifically the informative digest and the notice of proposed regulatory action and the initial statement of reasons contains a typographical error indicating the month of roll for the date of the Business Taxes Committee. We will correct that typographical error. At this time, we request that the board vote to adopt the proposed amendments to Regulation 1505.
Discussion, members? Member Runner? No.
Move adoption.
Member Runner moves to approve staff recommendations, second by Member Stowar. Without objection, members, such will be the order. Thank you.
Our next public hearing is item F2. We have proposed amendments to Sales and Use Tax Regulation 1705.1, innocent spouse or registered domestic partner relief from liability, Special Taxes and Fees Regulation 4903, innocent spouse or registered domestic partner relief from liability, and Rules for Tax Appeals Regulations 5240, persons who may file contents of and manner of filing requests for innocent spouse relief, 5241, acknowledgement and review of requests for innocent spouse relief, and 5242, request for reconsideration by the board.
Thank you, Mr. Heller, and your associate. Would you please introduce yourself for the record, please?
Good afternoon, Chairman Horton. I'm Bradley Heller from the board's legal department, and I'm here with Matthew Giannini, also from the board's legal department. And we're here to request that the board vote to adopt the proposed amendments to Regulations 1705.1, 4903, 5240, 5241, and 5242. The proposed amendments streamline the innocent spouse appeal process by providing for the filing of one request for innocent spouse relief, the review of that one request to determine if either innocent spouse relief or other equitable relief is warranted, and the ability to request reconsideration from the board if an individual requesting relief is not granted either innocent spouse or other equitable relief from all the liabilities in his or her request.
Thank you very much. Discussion, members? Hearing none. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Member Harkin moves to adopt staff recommendations, second by Member Maul. Without objection, members, such will be the order. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Ms. Richmond?
Our next matter is item C, Sales and Use Tax Appeals Hearings. Item C2, Alan Levitz, please come forward.
Thank you, members, for the accommodation. Mr. Njija, as the parties settled in, would you please introduce the issues in this case?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members. I'm Jeff Anjija on behalf of the Appeals Division. The appeal before you presents one unresolved issue, which is whether claimant is personally liable as a responsible person for the unpaid liabilities of room source pursuant to Revenue and Taxation Code Section 6829.
Thank you. Welcome to the Board of Equalization. Glad to see you again. You have 10 minutes to make your presentation. What we be advised, we will return and allow you 5 minutes on the rebuttal. We ask that you introduce yourself for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Jesse McClellan, attorney for Alan Levitz, who is here with me today. There's a lot that I'd like to cover, so I'm going to talk pretty quick here. There are two primary sub-issues that we'd like to address in relation to whether or not Alan is personally responsible for the liability of Room Source, LLC. Number one is whether Alan was responsible for the sales and use tax matters of the Room Source. And two, whether or not Alan willfully failed to pay the taxes due of the Room Source. I will first address some of Alan's background and how he came to be involved with the business and what his duties entailed. I will then explain in detail how the sales and use tax matters of the business were handled, which will demonstrate that Alan was not involved with or responsible for the sales and use tax matters of the business. I will then explain why Alan did not willfully fail to pay the taxes that became due by the Room Source LLC. Alan has a bachelor's degree in political science. After graduating from college, he worked for a marine biologist, and he eventually started in the family furniture business in Texas where he worked in the inventory management. He eventually came to have an ownership interest in furniture stores, and he currently does, and he specializes in handling the real estate and employee matters of those businesses. He currently resides in Florida, and he resided in Florida during the entire relevant time period here. Alan has never worked in the accounting or tax departments of any of the businesses with which he has worked. And in summary, Alan has no formal tax or accounting training. He has no work experience for tax and accounting purposes. Alan had no involvement with RoomSource prior to August of 2008. The relevant period here is the first quarter of 2009 and the first 10 days of April 2009 with respect to the taxes that are due. The business filed bankruptcy in June of 2008. Pursuant to the local rules of the U.S. Bankruptcy Court, a person from the business must be appointed as the responsible person for bankruptcy purposes to interface with the court during the process. Nowhere in the local rules did we find that it states that a person responsible for bankruptcy purposes is responsible for sales and use tax purposes. The person initially assigned to that role, Harris Blickstein, former chief operating officer and member owner, left the business in mid-August 2008. Alan was asked by the remaining members, including his father, Philip Levitz, and Daniel Selznick, if he could assist them by taking on the role of the responsible person for bankruptcy purposes. As it was explained to Alan, the post would require him to act as the representative of the business before the court for bankruptcy purposes, to interface with the attorneys for bankruptcy purposes. Alan was not asked to take over any specific post or title within the business. He was not asked to manage or oversee any of the business employees. He was not asked to take on any day-to-day operational duties of the business, and he was not asked to manage the finances of the business. Exhibit 11 is an organizational structure of the business during the relevant time frame. Upon Mr. Blickstein's departure, all of his day-to-day operational duties were assigned to Rick Giannini, who was named senior manager, as shown in Taxpayer Exhibit 3, which is a memo that was issued to all of the employees of RoomSource on August 15, 2008. The memo specifically states, and I quote, "We are pleased to announce the appointment of Mr. Rick Giannini as the new senior manager of the RoomSource. He will be taking over responsibility for all day-to-day operations of the RoomSource management from Mr. Harris Blickstein. Rick will be the senior manager of the company and will be responsible for all aspects of the company, including store management, as well as distribution and warehouse functions. We look forward to his stewardship of the company as we get beyond bankruptcy and back to the success the RoomSource once knew." Alan was also asked to sign checks by his father. The other members maintain check writing authority. We have provided a sample check as Exhibit 10 that was signed by Daniel Selznick on October 30, 2008. The department has made much of Alan's signing of checks, but as I will describe, the function was really nothing more than a clerical task assigned to the owner's son by the owners of the business, and it had nothing to do with the filing of sales and use tax returns or the payment of those taxes. The payment of the taxes was made by EFT, not by check. During the period at issue, the check writing process was as follows. Bills came into the Sacramento office where they were provided to an AP clerk. The AP clerk would generate checks from the business accounting system for every bill received. The checks would then be provided to Alan for his signature, either by mailing them to Alan's home in Florida, or if he was in town for a bankruptcy hearing, he would sign them at the Sacramento location. Prior to issuing the checks or mailing the checks, the members of the LLC, generally Danny, by Alan's understanding, Daniel Selznick, would direct the AP clerk to hold certain checks back in an effort to manage the cash flow. Exhibit 6 is a copy of a report that identifies the checks that the members directed not to be issued that was maintained by the business during the time in order to recognize the checks that had not been issued. At no time was Alan asked to manage the payables of the business or make a decision as to who should or should not be paid. That responsibility remained with the members of the LLC or ultimately with the bankruptcy court. Notably, none of the foregoing processes have anything to do with the sales and use tax compliance of the business as it respects Alan. Regarding the sales and use tax compliance of the business, the factor which is relevant for personal liability purposes it was handled by the controller of the business. The controller would produce or have the necessary reports produced in order to prepare the returns. The controller would then prepare the returns, she would file them, and she would initiate the EFT payment. If there was ever a question about whether or not an EFT payment should or should not be issued, it would be directed to the members of the business. To Alan's knowledge, no such discussion was ever held. Alan was never asked to, and in fact did not manage or oversee the controller. He had no involvement with the sales and use tax preparation process, the filing, or the payment whatsoever. The department has made much of Alan's signing of checks, but in reality, signing checks by Alan under the circumstances with this business had nothing to do with the payment of sales and use taxes. It was done by EFT. So the real question is, who had responsibility for the EFT payment, or who had the duty to oversee the person with the responsibility for the EFT payment? The answer to that question is the controller. And the members of the LLC maintained oversight of the controller. The controller did not answer to Alan or communicate with Alan about taxes in any way during this time frame. When payment is made on the board's EFT system, it requires the person initiating payment to enter their name and contact information. We do not have copies of the documents, but the department surely does. We can assure you that they do not show Alan because it was something he never did. It is something he did not know how to do, and he had never done it for any company before. Again, Alan did not manage or oversee the controller or any other employee of the business. If the controller had a question about whether a tax payment should or should not be made, it would have been directed to the members of the business, not Alan. At no time during the period in question did the controller ever advise Alan that a tax payment needed to be made or ask Alan if a tax payment should be made. And there is no evidence produced by the department to suggest otherwise. To the best of Alan's recollection, at no time during the period in question did any person, including the controller, members of the business, attorneys, the Board of Equalization, or the bankruptcy judge address the payment of sales and use taxes with Alan. The evidence shows that Alan was first put on constructive notice of the liability for the first quarter 09 and the April 2009 period when he signed an operating report on June 8th of 2009, which is directly relevant to the willful element. After you understand how the operation of the company worked, it becomes clear Alan was not responsible for the sales and use tax matters of the business. The controller and members were responsible for the sales and use tax matters of the business, and they have all signed declarations under penalty of perjury confirming that fact. You have those declarations before you here as Exhibit 4. The second issue that we're going to address is whether or not Alan willfully failed to pay the taxes that became due. It's a separate element that must be established aside from responsibility. We don't believe that Alan had responsibility and that the question is essentially moot for that reason. But it's an element that we need to address, and once we go through the facts, which I'll do on my rebuttal time, it will demonstrate that he absolutely did not willfully fail to pay, and he was never provided an opportunity to willfully fail to pay under the circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you. Members will now go to the department. The department has 10 minutes to make their presentation. We'd ask that they commence with their introduction for the record.
Good afternoon, Chairman Horton and members of the board. I'm Andrew Quee with the board's legal department, and with me today is Lawrence Mendel, also with the legal department, and Kevin Hanks with the sales and use tax department, and we will be representing staff. The amount at issue in this appeal is a claim for refund of $42,406 that claimant paid for the period January 1st, 2009 to April 10th, 2009 as follows: $24,653 in tax for the first quarter of 2009, and late payment and late prepayment penalties of $8,992 for the first and second quarter of 2009, plus $8,208 in interest, and a collection cost recovery fee of $550. Now, claimant is personally liable as a responsible person for the unpaid liabilities of room source. Of the four elements to impose responsible person liability, claimant disputes that he was responsible and that he was willful, those two elements. Regarding the first element that's disputed, a responsible person includes an officer or other person who is under a duty to act for the company and complying with its sales and use tax obligations. Now, there may be more than one responsible person. Claimant had a duty to act for the company in ensuring that it paid its sales and use tax obligations because, first, the Board of Directors for RoomSource passed a resolution in August 2008 providing that claimant is hereby authorized and directed to do and perform all acts and deeds in order to perform and fulfill the duties and responsibilities of a debtor in the Chapter 11 bankruptcy case. And this resolution is Exhibit 2, page 1 of claimant's exhibits. Further, claimant signed a declaration under penalty of perjury that was filed with the bankruptcy court, certifying that he is an officer and a director of RoomSource, and that he replaced Harris Blickstein as the designated responsible individual. Harris Blickstein's perjury declaration stated that he was the designated responsible individual pursuant to Local Bankruptcy Rule 4002-1, which provides that the designated responsible individual is responsible for the duties and obligations of the debtor or debtor in possession. Now, the debtor in possession in a Chapter 11 case has the duty and the obligation to make timely payment of all post-petition taxes, including sales tax, and to timely file all post-petition tax returns. Further, failure to comply with these duties is grounds for a for-cause dismissal or conversion of the debtor's bankruptcy case. This is a legal requirement imposed upon the debtor and on claimant as the person responsible by the debtor by statute, by local bankruptcy rules, by case law, and by the United States Trustees Guidelines. And this is specified in Title 11 United States Code, Sections 1106, 1107, 704, the U.S. Trustees Policy Manual, Title 28 United States Code, Section 960, and the local bankruptcy rules that I just noted above. So in summary, claimant is the person authorized and directed to perform the obligations of the debtor in possession in Chapter 11, and those duties included paying the sales tax timely, ensuring that the sales tax was paid timely, ensuring that the returns were filed. Therefore, claimant had a duty to act for the corporation or for the company in complying with its sales and use tax obligations within the meaning of the sales and use tax law. On the second element, willfulness, a person is regarded as having willfully failed to pay taxes or to cause them to be paid, where the person has the knowledge that the taxes were not being paid and the authority and the ability to pay the taxes or cause them to be paid, but failed to do so. Regarding willfulness, claimant knew that the taxes were not being paid because the claimant signed and filed monthly statements under penalty of perjury as part of his duties in the bankruptcy case. These monthly statements specifically itemized tax collected and not paid on the line directly above claimant's electronic signature, and disclose sales made and tax reimbursement collected but not paid during the liability period. Further, claimant had not only the authority but the duty to ensure that RoomSource complied with its tax obligations based on the Board of Directors resolution, which specifies that claimant is, quote, authorized and directed, unquote, to fulfill these duties of the Chapter 11 bankruptcy proceeding, which included, again, paying the post-petition sales tax. Therefore, claimant had the ability to pay the taxes. Further, claimant had the ability to pay the taxes because, according to claimant, the company collected all the taxes at issue, and claimant's declarations filed with the bankruptcy court show that amounts far exceeding the tax obligation was paid to creditors other than the board, including $1.6 million in cash payments to other creditors during the period January 1st to April 30th, 2009, and continued cash receipts through September 30th, 2009, with a bank account ending in $170,000 in cash at that date. Therefore, claimant was willful within the meaning of Section 6829, and we concur with the Appeals Division's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. On rebuttal, please.
Thank you. I'd like to finish my presentation, and then I'll address some of the comments that were made by the department. One of the factors that I would like to point out is that this is a sales and use tax responsibility case, not a bankruptcy case. And it seems that the department is attempting to make this into a bankruptcy matter rather than a sales and use tax matter. Ultimately, Code Section 6829 is what controls here today. Subdivision B of that code section provides that a person can only be held responsible for the taxes that became due during the period he or she had responsibilities for sales and use tax matters of the business. Willfully fails is defined by Code Section 6829 as an intentional, conscious, and voluntary course of action. So put together, it must be shown that a responsible person willfully failed to pay taxes that became due during the period of their responsibility. They, of course, would have to have the ability to pay those taxes in order to willfully fail. The taxes at here consist of the taxes due with the first quarter 09 return and the taxes due for the April 1 through April 10, 2009 prepayment. The business ceased operations on April 10, 2009. The taxes for the period of first quarter 09 period became due on April 30th of 2009. The department has not provided any direct evidence to show that there was a willful failure, including any checks signed by Allen on or after the due date of April 30th, 2009. The prepayments for January and February 2009 were paid by EFT, but Allen had nothing to do with those prepayments. Because Allen had no involvement with the taxes that were paid, it follows that he didn't have any involvement with the taxes that were not paid. The same holds true for the prepayment of May 24, 2009. There's no direct evidence which shows that Allen took action or inaction which resulted in the taxes not being paid. So how does the department support its case that Allen willfully failed to pay? This is interesting. The department claims that Allen willfully failed to pay because he failed to file a petition with the bankruptcy court requesting that the court direct funds in a controlled bankruptcy trust account to the Board of Equalization. What the department failed to mention with respect to the balance of the account that they referenced was that it was controlled by the bankruptcy court. Allen or any other person of the business had no access to that account. Such an assertion that there was a willful failure for failing to file a petition fails for several reasons. First, in order to willfully fail, it must be shown that the failure was the result of an intentional, conscious, and voluntary course of action. Allen maintains that he was not aware that he could or should file such a petition with the court. None of the members of the LLC, the controller, the attorneys, the judge, or the Board of Equalization ever informed Allen that he should file such a petition. Thus, one cannot willfully fail to do that which he is not aware. We believe the board should notify the public if such action is expected of them in bankruptcy proceedings, not hold them personally responsible after the fact when they fail to do something that they didn't know or shouldn't really expect to know to do. Second, the claim that Allen should have filed such a petition runs against well-settled bankruptcy principles, which dictate that a debtor cannot provide preferential treatment to one creditor over another. That's up to the court to do. Third, and perhaps most importantly, it's pure conjecture that the court would have even entertained or granted such a petition. The California Appellate Court in Ruth v. Layton Savings and Loan stated that to support a finding, an inference must be reasonable, must be based on evidence, and cannot be the result of mere guess, surmise, or conjecture. In order to establish the 6829 case, it's the department's obligation to produce evidence that there was a willful failure. It can't conjure up or guess that the court would have granted such a motion. The department's claim that Allen should have filed a petition with the court and that the court may have granted such a petition is purely conjecture. It is not evidence. We believe it is much more likely, considering a debtor is not supposed to show preferential treatment to creditors, that the court wouldn't have even granted such a petition if it was filed. Allen was not responsible for sales and use tax matters of the business, and he did not willfully fail to pay the taxes that became due on April 30th or May 24, 2009. We therefore ask the board to grant Allen's petition.
Thank you. Members, with your permission, I'd like to just go to the department to ask them to address the testimony that a debtor in possession has no, which makes sense, has no authority to decide what liabilities are paid and when they're paid.
Yes, I can address that, Chairman Horton. The Bankruptcy Code actually specifies that the debtor in possession is required to pay the post-petition sales tax liabilities timely and to timely file the returns. I can provide you those citations, but specifically with respect to the available funds, as noted, we believe that willfulness is met because here they actually made disbursements of $1.6 million during the liability period under a cash account listed as no restrictions. And in addition, after that period, claimant had filed a motion requesting that the future funds be deposited into a trust account of the debtor's attorney, so the debtor's attorney's client trust account. And those funds, they actually did request that they filed a document titled Stipulation for an Order Allowing Debtor to Pay Carve-Out Professionals, signed by claimant and the various professionals authorizing those funds to be paid to his attorney. So, in fact, they actually did make efforts to pay other professionals, including their attorney, after the end of the liability period, but not the board.
To clarify, for a debtor in possession, payment of the bills of ordinary course of business can be paid without going to the court for authority, and taxes are considered a debt of ordinary course of business in a post-petition Chapter 11.
All right. Member Harkey. Well, my apologies.
I'll be going back over that.
Yeah, Member Harkey.
In detail. I thank you very much. I have some items that I'd like to circulate. I have an Excel spreadsheet that I'd like to give to all the members, as well as one to the appellant, and also the final document that is the stipulation document. And I just want everybody to know what I'm talking about when I'm referring. I put these United States Bankruptcy Court, Eastern District of California. They're the summary of financial status. I put those on a spreadsheet for my own clarification so that I would know exactly what was paid when, how it was paid, and what the cash balance was. And that was just easier for me than bouncing through all of those 6 or 7 pages to get to the meat of the topic. Where was the money and how did it get spent?
Member Harkey, let me just clarify, give all parties an opportunity to review. This is not, I've seen it, does not appear to be any additional information, but may be very helpful in the discussion process, and particularly to the questions posed by Member Harkey.
It is not new information. Were items that I've got out of the file, out of the brief.
I got a concurrence with all parties. All right.
Thank you.
Rock and roll.
Okay. I started with January '09, and you can see that I have beginning cash, cash receipts, cash disbursements, ending cash, and sales taxes outstanding. And so you can see for the month of January, February, March, there were payments made. What they were made for, it looks like probably just to move product. They had their lease expenses on their buildings, and salaries and withholding were paid. They were also paying their taxes. In April, it seems like that's when the hiccup started, as they stated, in April. But if you'll note, under March on my spreadsheet, there's a notation to the court that taxes were collected and not paid. Now, on this document that I'm referring to, in each instance, the appellant signed as the responsible party on this document, signed to the court that they were the responsible party. And the document that they submitted, which was several pages, on the front of each one of those, and they looked like this, and they were submitted monthly to the bankruptcy court, which is where I got all of my figures here. There was a notation down at the bottom that the sales and use taxes were not paid. There's also a separate spreadsheet included in that monthly report that shows the taxes aging and outstanding. So I don't believe that the appellant could say that he didn't know they were due. I do believe that you knew they were due. Where I'm going with this is when we get into May of '09, that's when I got into the stipulation to try to figure out what really happened, and you can probably clarify it, but it looks to me like that's when you started to liquidate. Like you knew this was not going to work, and you paid the FTB, you paid all of your payroll taxes, all of those things were done. And it appears to me, if I read the stipulation, and that is this document that I submitted, it's the final stipulation, and it's dated, filed August 13th, 2009, up at the top. And if I go to page 2, paragraph 3, it describes that, I'll read this, pursuant to a final order authorizing debtor to obtain post-petition senior secured financing and other financial accommodations to pursuant to the code, secured creditor has made secured loans and advances to debtor in the unpaid principal amount of $300,000. That's a debtor in possession loan. Then if you go down, it says that the senior security interest in the debtor's inventory is what they took. So any funds from any sales from that point on were to the secured lender, except that paragraph 7 provided that secured interest granted to secured creditor would be subject and subordinate to approved fees and expenses of the carve-out professionals, which of course is the attorneys that were paid. So my question to the department, based on much of this stuff, is at what point, if the agreement was that the attorneys had to be paid, the carve-out professionals had to be paid, and that supposedly is confirmed in the Chapter 11 Plan of Reorganization and Liquidation. And I'm not so sure that the appellant had a choice in that. Can anyone tell me when the Chapter 11 Plan of Reorganization or Liquidation was signed? Was that signed at the time that you put it into a Chapter 11?
You have the answer to that?
I do not know.
You don't know. Okay. When this final stipulation was negotiated, the money, any money after that was placed into a trust account.
That's correct, and there is something that I'd like to add if.
Well, please do, because what I'm trying to discover is if Alan had the ability to pay the taxes once April 9th went away. I know that he knew they were due because he noted that to the court and he signed that document. But did he have the ability then to pay the taxes after April?
Yes, and I can address all of those questions. I'd first like to point out that the monthly operating report was prepared by the controller. It then went to the bankruptcy attorneys, who then presented it to Alan.
I understand, but let me stop you before you get into that.
Okay.
If he got poor legal advice, that's not a problem we can deal
Right,
with.
and that's not where I'm going with this. I'm going
Okay.
with the date. If you look at the date that that document is filed with the court and the date that Alan signed it, it is June 8th, 2009. So it discloses the information that pertained to April, but by the time he received it, it is June 8th, 2009. So for his purposes, that's the relevant date. Now, with respect to the stipulation, the agreement, the plan to get the attorneys paid in all of this, number one, it's my understanding that attorneys typically are given priority, second only to domestic scenarios. If they're not paid, then ultimately the process halts. Now, that process is initiated based on my review in May of 2009. 3 months prior to this, to be exact, May 4th of 2009, and it's document number 395, where that document is signed by Sarah Stupi, the bankruptcy attorney, and in it, it lays out the plan. And essentially, the plan is to take the funds that are going to be generated from the liquidation. They're going to go into a secured trust account that Alan or any other person of the business doesn't have access to. And they're going to be dispersed under court order. So it starts with a motion that she filed. The department seems to parse all of this in such a way that it was Alan's doing. It wasn't. I'd also just like to make the point that the debtor in possession is the Room Source LLC. We don't dispute that the debtor in possession had an obligation to file its sales and use tax returns and to pay those. But the question that we need to answer here is whether or not Alan was responsible for sales and use tax matters of the business.
Well, I think Alan, let me correct you on that. Alan was responsible for the bankruptcy. Part of the bankruptcy reporting included taxes and sales and use tax. So I don't know that that argument flies. I've got a problem with that because I think he was responsible for paying the debts or seeing that they were reported accordingly. So where I now would like to go to the department, if in May of 2009, the document that they're referring to that was filed by the attorney, does anybody are you aware of that document?
Are you referring to the stipulation or?
Well, the final stipulation was filed August 13th of 2009. They said that what was filed May of 2009 by the attorney?
So on May 4th of 2009, and it's document number 395 under the PACER system, there's a motion to liquidate the assets, and it identifies the funds that are going to be generated to be paid to the professionals. It's filed and signed by Sarah Stubbe. The court ultimately grants that motion, which lays out what happens with the funds that are available to the business. As of the date that the returns are due, there's a negative balance in the account that the business actually has access to.
Right.
So these funds that are in this trust account, frankly, aren't under Alan or anybody else's of the business's control.
Yeah, there was a negative balance at the beginning cash in April.
Oh, if I may clarify that?
Yes.
My understanding is that the reason there is a negative $69,000 under April is because claimant recorded them in April, but he didn't pay them until May. And that was noted in a document filed by the United States trustee and indicating that they should have reduced the amount of receipts reported in April. It should have been in May instead of April. So that was my understanding of why there was a negative balance. That was just a recording, a timing aspect that was accounted for in the operating report.
Okay, thank you. Now, if this motion to liquidate was filed with the court in May of 2009, and if the appellant, and they're right, these reports were filed in June, is when he would have signed them and filed them with the court, probably the April report. How could he have changed the order of payment or negotiated? Because I don't doubt that he was the responsible party. I'm just wondering if he was under court order, and it appears that he may have been, to allocate the funds accordingly.
Right, and two things. The first thing was that there was a monthly operating report for March and another one for April. The one for March was signed on April 28th, 2009, and I point out that all of the tax liability at issue, or all the tax refund claimed at issue is for the first quarter of 2009. There's only a small amount of interest and penalties for the second quarter of 2009. That would be for April. And the way we were looking at this is that during that liability period of January 1st through April 10th, there were $1.6 million in disbursements made from no restrictions bank account, I believe at Wells Fargo, and that far exceeded the amount of the liability period, tax liability at issue. But to the extent that there were payments after that pursuant to a court order, the payments were made pursuant to motions filed by claimants. So, and claimant did not request that taxes be paid. Claimant made requests, or claimant filed motions to pay the other professionals, but not the taxes. And that's what we were looking at with respect to the willfulness aspect, because he knew of the liability, but he had the duty to ensure that these returns were timely filed and the taxes were timely paid, but he didn't actually follow through with that, and that's why we were here.
Okay, I understand what you're saying about knowing that the taxes were due, because I do believe there was knowledge amongst the appellant and others. But what I am questioning is the willfulness because of the timing and because of the orders from the court. And I do know, it appears, and I'm pretty sure this is accurate, and you can, maybe appeals can help me, but I do believe that the attorney's fees kind of have first bite, and that the secured creditor who loaned the $300,000 based on just the inventory, because they paid the looks like they paid the auctioneer off to go away because they didn't auction. They just got a loan from someone else who bought the inventory in bulk, and I think paid $175,000 for it over several months. And at that point, it was all meltdown, and all of that money was going into a trust account. So I think that prior to that, these taxes could have been paid. I'm not so sure that it was willful after that fact.
I see, and one other aspect is that claimant was the one that filed the motion to request that the funds go into that trust account, and it was the trust account for the debtor's attorney. It wasn't like the bankruptcy court trust account. It was the debtor's attorney's trust account.
Yeah,
and so he had requested that it go into there, and just was to be distributed pursuant to his court order. But then he was the one that would have made the requests for the distributions. I'm not sure if that helps.
Right. Can you respond to clarify anything you were asking?
Yeah, just a couple of points. As it pertains, he referenced the March 09 report as being relevant timing-wise. The amount that's disclosed on the March 09 monthly operating report was filed with the court June 10th, 2009. It discloses an amount of $8,000 that's due. That amount was paid. So
Yeah, in April, there was $8,000 paid in sales tax and another looks like 12.5 or whatever to the franchise tax board.
right. So really, there is a very clear line of demarcation regarding the timing of this. As it pertains to the due date of the taxes that are at issue, there's no funds in the account at the moment that he discovers that there's an obligation outstanding. I agree with you that there's at least constructive knowledge at the point that he receives these operating reports. But as of that date, the question remains, what did Ellen do that constitutes a willful failure under the law? And at this point, we fail to see it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion, members? Member Ma.
To the taxpayer, I'm trying to understand kind of the relationship between the members of the LLC. And I understand you were asked to come in to assist with this bankruptcy from your father, who is the managing member?
Yes.
And what percentage of the LLC did he own?
I believe he owns 60%.
60%. And then how about the other two partners?
I believe they each own 20%.
And did you, because I'm looking at the tax returns that were filed during that time, and they still list all the three members in the tax returns. I mean, did you sign the tax returns?
No.
Were you listed on any of the K-1s in the tax return as a member or partner?
No, I never was a member or a partner in the company.
Okay. And then the U.S. trustee that was in charge of the bankruptcy, did he sign off on all the paperwork? And, you know, I know at one time you did wind down your business, and did he sign off on all of that as your role as the debtor in possession assigned to the bankruptcy?
I don't exactly know how the details work. My presumption would be that the trustee was in agreement with that, as I represented the company in the courtroom hearings when the trustee was present.
And then when we talk about taxes or the debt that is due, did you have the authority to decide which debt should be paid over other debt?
No, I was purely directed by the members. Mostly Dan Selznick was managing the payables, and they would say, pay this bill, don't pay that bill.
Okay, so to the department, normally for a responsible person, you go after the partners or, the managing members of an LLC. Why didn't you look to, Philip, Levitz, Daniel Selznick, or who's the third? Harris, right? Harris is the third person. If they were still members of the LLC, they signed all the tax returns, they, never left the LLC, versus Mr. Alan Levitz, who came in to help with the bankruptcy and assume the role of a debtor, what's the title here? Debtor in possession, and was not one of the members of the LLC. Like, why didn't you go after Philip, Daniel, or Harris, who were still alive and still members and still listed on the tax returns and issued K-1s for all of this?
Right, and as you know, there could be more than one responsible person, and we could go after more than one person told personally responsible. But in this case, we didn't have sufficient evidence that Daniel or Philip were involved in the sales and use tax matters. We didn't have documentation that they were involved, so we didn't believe we had sufficient evidence. With respect to Harris Blickstein, he provided documentation, I believe, and the claimant's attorney represented him in that case, and they provided documentation that Blickstein was not responsible because claimant had taken over on August 28th. That's why we deleted the liability to Harris Blickstein.
I think the important thing in this case that distinguishes it from other 6829 is the bankruptcy. And in this case, the Board of Room Sources' specific designation of Mr. Levitz as the person responsible as the debtor in possession. That person becomes the person responsible for paying the operating expenses of the company, which included all post-petition taxes. They designated Mr. Levitz. They directed him to fulfill those duties. He became the responsible person by the direction of the Board of Directors of RoomSource.
Okay, I hear you. So if, I did have my staff do research on the intent language, the legislative intent language of 6829, and it was enacted to prevent corporate officers who collected sales tax from their customers from pocketing the sales tax and not being held personally liable. So when we talk about, corporate officers who knowingly, day-to-day operations, who collected the sales tax and just decided to use the money for other purposes, I think we have a little different situation than Mr. Levitz, who came in, kind of jumped in to try to get the company back on schedule and out of Chapter 11, versus, I think, the intent of 6829, which is really someone who, knows every day that they're supposed to collect it, they've been collecting it, they're supposed to remit it, but they don't because they're using it for other purposes. So I think we have a little difference here because of the bankruptcy situation and because of the lawyers involved and the bankruptcy court, and not, Mr. Alan Levitz coming in and then assuming day-to-day operations. He was specifically just brought in to be the debtor in possession to deal with the bankruptcy. So I kind of have an issue with 6829 being applied here.
Well, I would respectfully differ with you because what you described is exactly what went on here. The company collected tax reimbursement on its sales. The person responsible to the bankruptcy court for the operation of the company, for the payment of its debt, was Mr. Levitz. Mr. Levitz did not ensure that those tax reimbursements collected were paid to the board. And that's exactly what went on here.
I think the other element to that, Ms. Ma, is in addition to the tax reimbursement being collected and Mr. Levitz having that responsibility to be responsible for making those payments, is that we see other payments being made, $1 million and other payments being made during these specific months, where apparently some of the tax reimbursement that was collected was used for other purposes to pay other creditors rather than the board. The board simply was looking for payment of the amounts that they had self-declared to us as being reportable and due to the board.
If I may just respond to their comments. Number one, in every 6829 case, unless sales taxes have been collected and unless they have gone and remitted, you don't have a case. But the department seems to go back to that. We don't dispute that the business in its ordinary course of business collected sales tax when it sold furniture. But in this particular instance, the department points out that Alan had a responsibility to the bankruptcy court. And I understand that there is a difference of opinion here, but no one ever pointed out to him that he had a responsibility to the Board of Equalization to file the returns or pay those returns. I get that the business still had that responsibility, the business being the debtor in possession. And it did file the returns, it did pay the returns to the extent there were funds available. By the time the taxes at issue became due, there were not funds available, and the evidence that the department has produced shows that Alan first became aware of the taxes at issue on June 8th of 2009, and at that point, there's no dispute that there's no funds available.
Member Runner?
Thank you. Here's where I kind of trying to get my head around. Let me ask first, the taxpayer was in the furniture business during this time, elsewhere?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And then the taxpayer chose to take on this responsibility as responsible party to the bankruptcy. And during the period of time when he was doing that, the business was collecting sales tax.
For a portion of the period of time.
Okay, for a portion of the time that he was in that position, he was collecting, the business was collecting sales tax.
Yes.
Did it ever occur to him that somebody ought to be paying it? Is there any, let me ask you, is there any indication that if he wasn't responsible for paying it, is there any indication that he sent an email or wrote a note or said, hey, we better pay this because I'm in the furniture business and I know if you don't pay sales tax, they're going to come get you. Any indication that because we know that he was aware that it wasn't being paid, it was being collected and not paid during a portion of the time. So any indication that gave warning, if he wasn't responsible, but he was knowledgeable that sales tax should be paid. Is there any indication of what he did to try to then warn those people who should have been?
The answer to that question is no, but one of the keys to point out here is that during the time frame in which he was acting as the responsible person for bankruptcy purposes is that the taxes were paid. The taxes were paid for the prepayment of January of 2009. The taxes were paid for February of 2009. Ultimately, when the taxes became due.
But in March, they weren't, right? From March on, they were not.
That's correct.
Okay, so
there's, and Alan, I don't know if you have anything to add to this, but it wasn't something ostensibly he may have been responsible within the capacity of bankruptcy, but he never understood it to be his obligation to tell the controller. The controller didn't report to him. She's the one that actually did file the returns. She was the one that was responsible for initiating the EFT, and he first became aware.
I guess the thing that just doesn't make sense to me is you got a knowledgeable retailer who knows being responsible to pay your taxes. He's now has a very official position in the bankruptcy that he took on himself.
Well,
And-
he was
and
asked
yet-
by his father.
Well, but he
and
chose to do it.
He agreed.
He didn't
yes.
need to do it. Nobody forced him to do it.
No, he was
Okay.
not forced.
So he took this on, and yet under his tutelage of his responsibility in the bankruptcy, he knew that it was being collected and not paid.
Well, he was notified that there was a non-payment on June 8th of 2009. Yes, we concede to that. Any type of notification prior to that, there were monthly operating reports which stated that taxes were due and were not paid. Those taxes were paid. So we can't say that he willfully failed to pay those taxes. Now, he received the report that says that there weren't taxes paid for March of 2009 on June 8th of 2009. So the question becomes, what could Ellen do on that date to cause the taxes to be paid? And the evidence shows that there was nothing that he could do. There weren't funds available.
If I could address Mr. Runner's
Yes.
question too
Yes,
a
go
little
ahead.
bit. In the beginning, when I was called up and asked to be the representative by my dad, I knew I had no experience at it. I did feel an obligation because my dad was asked me to, and he was heavily invested in it, and I didn't know who else was out there he might trust to step into that role. The second part of it, as far as with the sales taxes, and, as we mentioned, the prior sales taxes were paid. That was essentially something that never crossed my desk. That was member Dan Selznick talking to the controller filing those taxes, and I never really actually saw that happen other than in the operating reports, which, I was aware of and looked at, and under, prepared by the controller, whose word I trusted, prepared by the attorney, bankruptcy attorney, whose word I trusted. I looked at them. They made sense to me. Of course, I understood them as best as I could. I wasn't an accountant. I saw there was amounts due in various line items there, but I wasn't.
But you were a member of the board. You were one of the directors of the corporation.
That was a term used to, and I didn't write that memo. It was written, I think, by Sarah Stuppy, the bankruptcy attorney. That was to give me standing to represent them in the company. There never was a board meeting, so to speak. When it comes to, the particular titles, the titles didn't really have any specific meaning to me other than, be here for this hearing and, meet with the bankruptcy attorney and find out what we need to do.
And why did they choose to have somebody come in from the outside as opposed to one of them taking on that responsibility?
When the when the bankruptcy was first declared, they were unsure of whether they wanted to continue business or close it down. The vendors stepped in and said, we will go ahead and support you continuing on in business as long as Harris Blickstein is not there. So Danny, in speaking to the vendors, Dan Selznick, the member, said, okay, well, let's make that happen. And he said, who can be the who can step in and be the responsible individual for the bankruptcy hearing. And he and my father spoke, and my father said, well, let me ask Alan, he has some free time, and see if he can step in there and do that.
Okay, thank you.
Just one quick question.
Ms. Stower.
I want to get clarification as far as your position with the company, because my notes here say that you were an officer and a director, and you're saying that was just in name only for bankruptcy purpose?
Correct.
Well,
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I was given the right information here. To the one second, to the petitioner's rep, you keep talking about the claimant didn't know that the March 2009 taxes were not paid until June 2009. But these were from sales transactions where they actually collected the sales tax reimbursement?
Yes.
Okay. Clarification to appeals. what's the standing when you have collected the sales tax reimbursement? What's the requirement on the retailer there to remit back to the state?
They're required to remit the sales tax to the extent that it wasn't due in the first place. It's excess tax reimbursement. Remit that to the customer, refund it to the customer, or still pay it to the state. But you don't get to hang on to collected sales, unremitted sales tax reimbursement.
Okay, and to the department, you had a comment?
Oh, I was just going to clarify that it wasn't a memo, but there were a number of declarations signed under penalty of perjury where a claimant included the statement to the effect that or that said I am an officer, director, and responsible individual. And that was where the that was where we found that he was an officer and a director because he made that representation to the bankruptcy court under penalty of perjury.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Quick question of the appellant. When you, the two checks that you signed, those were for payment of the sales tax liability, right?
Yes, there were two checks that were signed. One pertained to 2008, and I believe that was a penalty. It would have been a check that was prepared by the AP clerk, provided to Alan to sign. He would have signed it. It would have went back to the AP clerk. She would have mailed it. By Alan's own admission, he wouldn't even know where to put a check if he wanted it to go out. The other check can be tied directly to the board's ACMS entry notes, the compliance notes that exist. And what it shows is that a person from the board's collection staff contacted the controller, and there was numerous discussions between the controller and the board. She was informed that there was an amount due, and ultimately a check was provided. But again, it was a scenario like any other that the check would have been produced by the business, provided to Alan for his signature, and he did sign it.
As the debtor in possession, did the controller advise you as to why you were signing the check and what the purpose and intent of that was?
That would have been the member, Dan Selznick, calling me to tell me to sign that check and send it in because it was either a penalty or I'm not even sure what the other term that he was discussing was for the other check, but.
To the department, to the issue of willfulness, what evidence do you have that establishes willfulness, given the testimony that the revenue wasn't even available to pay the liability?
I think the issue here is that taxpayer's position is basically if it writes a check right before the taxes are due, no matter whether it collected tax reimbursement, and if there's no money in the bank account, it's essentially a free pass for 6829, and that is not the department's position, and that's not the position stated in our CPPM, is that if you've collected the tax reimbursement during the period or collected use tax from your customers, you are obligated to pay that to the board when the taxes become due, and that simply paying other creditors ahead of time such that the bank account is empty is not a defense to willfulness.
I believe my next question has been asked and answered, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Did the appellant do anything to defend himself? I mean, a debtor in possession of certain liabilities go along with that, to say, such as this liability is facing him currently. I want you to pay the taxes. Here's an email. Pay the. We've written these checks before. Let's make sure that we take care of all taxes.
Okay. When the taxes first came to my attention, and to go back to Ms. Harkey's question earlier, I believe the conversion happened either in late April or early May as I was thinking about it. It was when the trustee took over, the trustee account was created. At that time, I wasn't aware and wasn't focused on what taxes might have been due. When it did come to my attention, there was also a reasonable expectation, as was shown by the sale and clawbacks in the bankruptcy, that there would be funds available to pay those taxes. As to me being worried about being personally liable for the taxes, that wasn't something I was really aware of, and it wasn't until well over a year later when I got a letter from the board suggesting I was responsible for those taxes that I even had any inclination that I would be.
I have a quick question to clarify on something.
Miranda?
Yeah, on the issue of the trustee, was that a court-appointed trustee?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and in that appointment, that trustee had sole responsibility for the bank account and for the choosing of what gets paid and what doesn't?
Yes, I believe that is the case.
And when did that take place?
I believe it was in late April, early May.
Would have had to have been May. April, they were still writing checks.
Okay, let me go back to department real quick on that. How, at that point, once a trustee takes control, we've dealt with this issue before.
Right.
Once a trustee takes control, how does willfulness apply? How can willfulness apply?
Right, and our understanding is that a trustee did not take control in March or April to the, instead of that, the United States trustee had filed a motion to convert or dismiss the case because claimant who had been operating this estate had failed to file monthly operating reports and failed to pay trustees' fees, and that was in November of 2009. And that motion wanted to appoint a trustee, but in response, claimant had become current and paid the trustees' fees and filed the late monthly operating reports, so that did not go through, and they continued on as a debtor in possession.
So let me just ask if I can understand that. So you would believe there was not a trustee appointed?
Correct. As a debtor in possession, the debtor, and here the designated responsible individual, is responsible for performing the duties of the trustee. They stand in the place of the trustee, so in effect, claimant was.
So there's never, in your opinion, there was never, at least in these months here we're dealing with, a court-appointed trustee that controlled the bank?
That is correct.
Let me ask the taxpayer, what can you give us to show us that that's exactly what took place?
I would have to go back through the documents and the document record of the bankruptcy to find out exactly the specific date when the trustee took over. My understanding, and I believe they suggested as well, the trust account was set up. Did you have a particular date of that?
I'll take care of that. I'll take care of asking the question. Go
Okay,
ahead and
I'm
ask.
sorry, but so as of the way I understood it, the date that that account was set up, all future earnings were placed into that account, or all future income to the company were placed into that account, as well as any funds that were in the general operating account at the time.
Okay, let me go back to the department then in regards to comments in regards to a trust account that was established.
Right, and I believe I have the document here. It was actually, that was the motion to sell the assets of the inventory of the corporation to a related entity, which was an entity of which claimant was a primary member, LLC member, and that motion had specified that the sales proceeds would go into a client trust for the debtor's attorney. So it wasn't bankruptcy court trust account. It was the client trust account for the debtor's attorney, and I believe I have that document here if you could bear with me.
Okay. Member Harkey.
Hi, thank you. Yes, the department is correct on that. All of the reports that were filed with the court through my records, I think I have them here through August and September, the appellant did sign. I'm not so sure he got great legal advice, and I think that a document, the motion to liquidate was filed, I believe, sometime in late April or May of 2009, and at that point, then truly, the attorneys took over, but the appellant was still the responsible party. It did not go to a Chapter 7 or whatever because there was still that loan to be repaid to the secured creditor. And so the attorneys got their money first, and then the secured creditor got what was left from the sales proceeds, because that was all negotiated, that he would pay, that the secured creditor would pay $175,000 for whatever inventory, and that would be the end. And I think that's the way this worked, at least that's my understanding. So I'm not so sure that he had, but I do know that the taxes were collected. And so my dilemma here is that the taxes were collected, they were used, and perhaps even the appellant was somewhat used and ill-informed. But what's the purpose of the penalties and the late return payments and the cost recovery fees? How could those be addressed separate from the tax liability?
For appeals?
Yes.
Taxpayer here would need to establish reasonable cause for the corporation's actions which incurred those penalties. So to the extent it's late payment, failure to file, or not to pay timely, which incurs the collection cost recovery fee, the argument is not that he's not responsible. The argument, assuming you find him responsible, because if you find him not responsible, then it goes away.
That goes away.
But if you find him responsible, then the argument, the facts that he would need to establish is that the corporation had reasonable cause to relieve those penalties.
Okay.
So they can be separate if you find liability in the first place.
Okay, thank you.
Real quick point of clarification.
Runner.
Did I understand that the appellant was engaged on on the other side of the liquidation?
Yes, that's correct. The inventory, according to the monthly operating reports, had a market value reported of, I believe, $340,000, and they sold it for $175,000 to the related entity
To
controlled.
the related entity to which the appellant is a part of?
That's correct. And that was all disclosed in the.
Right, I just, it was probably disclosed, but I'm just trying to get through this. So the liquidation, okay.
And I'd like to add, and I heard a value stated $240,000 on that inventory, maybe was what was showing on the books. The agreement was to purchase it for $175,000, which was decided to be a fair assessment after it was reviewed by the auctioneer, who expected to get $40,000 or $50,000 out of that. And I believe we maybe have that document where the case was made for it to be to the
But you were the
court.
responsible party through that, then through the bankruptcy. At the end of the day, then, you were engaged in the liquidation, and an entity that you have a relationship with ended up with the property.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
If I may clarify, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Runner has, Mr. Runner?
Yes, please,
Just
if I
out
missed
of
that,
prior
yes.
statement before we go too far, the collection cost recovery fee was imposed individually, so he would need to establish his failure
Okay.
and his reasonable cause. I'm sorry.
Okay. I see you raising your hand, so I'm just going to ask you a question.
Why are you raising your hand?
It works. It helps. It's helpful. I do it often. Let me just ask a question. And just for clarification, the debtor in possession, once they get the approval, is my understanding that they actually close out the old accounts and then open up a new accounts for the purpose of trying to address the issue before us. Did that occur?
That's exactly the document that I was bringing up. I think Senator Vice Chair Renner had asked, and that said that this was referring to the purchase price for $175,000 at the inventory that had been listed as $340,000 on the monthly operating reports. And it says, the purchase price will be paid to the client trust account of debtor's counsel for distribution pursuant to a future court order. So it was, yeah.
Keep going.
Oh, so I was just going to say, so this was, there wasn't a court trustee. This was the debtor operating in possession of the debtor in possession of the bankruptcy estate with, and they had paid the monies for this sale into the attorney's client trust account, their attorney's client trust account.
Question of the appellant. Did you participate in the closing out of the olds and opening up the new accounts? I mean, as a debtor in possession, I think you were the only person.
I'm a little
who could have.
confused. I thought your question applied to the original debtor in possession financing that was done in 2008. and when the bankruptcy was first declared, when the trust account was set up, again, it was, that was what was expressed to me as being the next step. I did not have any role in setting that up, except for the attorney said, this is what we do, and,
Sign here?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I didn't have any control over the disposition of the funds in the trust account at that point. And if it was later when the trustee took control of that account, I was under the impression that it was at that time.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Further discussion, members? Hearing none, is there a motion? Member Storer moves to
Take on a submission.
take the matter under submission. Second by, I thought I saw you moved at the record. Second by Member Harkey. Without objection, members, such will be the order. Thank you very much for coming before us today and making your presentation. Very lively discussion. The board will make their decision later on this evening and send you a written report of our decision.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Richmond, our next case. Matter?
All right, that concludes our hearings
There you
for
go.
today. Would you
Right.
like to take up the non-appearance matters or
Yes.
wait for Ms. Hart, for Ms. Ma to return?
But yes, let's do that because we go through those a little quickly here. Okay, thank you. Members, why don't we take a 5-minute recess?
Okay.
I don't know,
I
it's
could use
just
that.
sitting.
Our next matter are the non-appearance matters. Our first item is item G, tax program non-appearance matters consent. Sub-item 10 is a constitutional function, therefore the deputy controller may not participate in this matter under Government Code Section 7.9.
Noting non-participation by the Deputy Controller in Government Section Code 7.9 on sub-item 10, members, there's a motion to the balance of the items.
So
Member
moved.
Harkey moves, second member Ma seconds. Without objection, members, such should be the order. Ms. Richmond?
Our next matter is G2, franchise and income tax matters. These items may be taken in one vote.
Members, any desire to pull any of these items indicate non-participation? If not, is there a motion? Moved by Member
So
Harkey
moved.
to adopt staff recommendation on items 1 through 12, second by Member Stovall. Without objection, members, such will be the order. Ms. Richmond?
Our next matter is item G4, sales and use taxes matters. These items may be taken in one vote.
Any indication of non-participation? I would like to pull any item for further discussion. Hearing none, is there a motion? Moved by Member Harkey, second by Member Runner, to adopt staff recommendations. Without objection, members, such will be the order. Mr.
Our next matter is item G5, sales and use taxes matters, credits, cancellations, and refunds. These items may be taken in one vote.
I note any non-participation member would like to pull any item for further discussion. Hearing none, Member Harkey moves to adopt staff recommendations, second by Member Stovall. Without objection, members, such will be the order.
Our next matter is item G7, special taxes matters, credits, cancellations, and refunds. These are constitutional functions, therefore the deputy controller may not participate in these matters under Government Code Section 7.9.
Noting non-participation by the Deputy Controller to the item of G7, 1, and 2. Members, is there a motion? Member Harkey moves to adopt staff recommendations, second by Member Ma. Without objection, members, such will be the order.
Our next matter is item H, tax program non-appearance matters adjudicatory. Item H1, legal appeals matters. There's only one sub-item.
Members, Ms. Sanjij is here if we have any questions. Noted item numbers sub 1. Is there a motion to adopt staff recommendation? No recommendation remains. Moved by Member Harkey, second by Member Ma. Without objection, members, such will be the order. Ms. Richmond?
Our next matter is item H2, franchise and income tax matters. These items may be taken in one vote or voted on separately.
Desired members?
Moved.
Member Harkey moves to adopt staff recommendations, second by Member Runner. Without objection, members, such will be the order. Ms. Richmond?
Our next matter is item I, tax program non-appearance matters. I1, property tax matters. These items may be taken in one vote. And these are constitutional functions.
Yeah, there you go. Noted non-participation by the Deputy Controller under Government Code Section 7.9. Is there a motion? Moved by Member Runner, second by Member Harkey to adopt staff recommendation on all items. Without objection, members, such will be the order. Ms. Richmond?
Our next matter is item I2, offer and compromise recommendations.
Move adoption by Member Stovall, second by Member Harkey. Without objection, members. Authorize staff to accept all offers.
Yes.
Hearing none, such will be the order. Ms. Richmond?
Our next matter are chief counsel matters. Item J, rulemaking. We have section 100 changes. Item J1, property tax rules, 284, retention and revocation of appraiser certificate, and 1027, U.S. Forest Service timber volumes.
I will do my best.
Mr. Heller, would you please introduce the issues in this case?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Chairman Horton and members of the board. I'm Bradley Heller with the board's legal department, and I'm here to request that the board vote to authorize staff to complete Rule 100 changes to update Property Tax Rule 284 so that it refers to the Deputy Director of the board's new Property Tax Department, and update Property Tax Rule 1027 so that it refers to the Timber Tax Section instead of the Timber Tax Division.
Remember, these changes are non-substantive in nature. Is there a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
So moved.
Moved by Member Harkey, second by Member Ma. Without objection, such will be the order. Mr. Heller?
Our next item is J2, sales and use tax regulation 1533.1, farm equipment and machinery.
Perfect. Again, I'm Bradley Heller from the board's legal department. I'm here to request that the board vote to authorize staff to complete Rule 100 changes to the exemption certificate set forth in Appendix B to Sales and Use Tax Regulation 1533.1. The changes add language to footnotes 1 and 2 to the certificate to provide additional notice to purchasers and retailers regarding the regulation's current requirements for the partial exemption.
Discussion, member? Member Harkey moves to adopt staff recommendations, second by Member Ma. Without objection, members, such will be the order. Ms. Richmond?
Our next matter is item J3, Sales and Use Tax Regulations, 1532, Teleproduction or Other Post-Production Service Equipment, 1533.1, Farm Equipment and Machinery, 1533.2, Diesel Fuel Used in Farming Activities or Food Processing, 1534, Timber Harvesting Equipment and Machinery, and 1535, Racehorse Breeding Stock.
Mr. Heller?
Again, I'm Bradley Heller from the Board's Legal Department. I'm here to request that the Board vote to authorize staff to complete Rule 100 changes to Sales and Use Tax Regulations 1532, 1533.1, 1533.2, 1534, and 1535. The regulations all implement partial exemptions from sales and use tax, and the changes make the regulations consistent with the 0.25% decrease in the partial exemption rates as of January 1, 2016.
Consisting conformity changes, members, is there a motion to adopt staff recommendations authorizing Rule 100 as so stipulated?
So
Member
moved.
Runner makes the motion, second by Member Harkey. Without objection, members, such will be the order. Ms. Richmond?
Our next matter is item J4, Sales and Use Tax Regulation 1584, Membership Fees.
And again, I'm Bradley Heller from the Board's Legal Department. First, I'm here to report that staff has calculated that the California Consumer Price Index on June 30, 2015 was more than 5% higher than it was on June 30th, 2010, and that as a result, the term nominal amount in Sales and Use Tax Regulation 1584 will mean an amount totaling $60 or less, effective January 1, 2016, in accordance with the current terms of the regulation. I'm also here to request that the Board vote to authorize Rule 100 changes to Regulation 1584 to clarify that the term nominal amount means an amount totaling $60 or less, effective January 1, 2016.
Member Harkey moves to so authorize. Congratulations to Costco. Second to Member Stowall. Without objection, members, such will be the order.
Thank you very much.
We're all going to feel that.
Ms. Richmond?
Our next matter is the administrative session. Item N is the consent agenda. Item N1, we have a retirement resolution for Vicki Phillips. The members of the board wish to extend their sincere and grateful appreciation to the retiree for her dedicated service to the State Board of Equalization and to the state of California. Their congratulations on the retiree's well-earned retirement and best wishes to her and her family for continued success, happiness, and good health in the years to come.
Congratulations to Ms. Phillips. I noticed one thing, that you still have 7 days of the week. Fortunate when you retire, 6 of them are Saturdays and 1 Sunday. Just thought I'd put that out there. Congratulations to you and your family.
Our next
Into-
item is N2, approval of board meeting minutes for July 28, 2015, and August 11, 2015. And item N3, proposed revisions to Compliance Policy and Procedures Manual, Chapter 3, Account Maintenance, Chapter 7, Collections, and Chapter 9, Miscellaneous.
Thank you. Members, to item N1, N2, N3, is there a motion to adopt the consent calendar? Moved by Member Harkey, second by Member Ma. Without objection, members, such will be the order. Ms. Richmond?
Our next matter is item O, adoption of board committee reports and approval of committee actions. O1, the Legislative Committee.
Is there a motion to adopt? Moved by Member Harkey, second by Member Runner. Without objection, members, such will be the order.
Item O2, the Business Taxes Committee.
Moved by Member Ma to adopt staff recommendation, second by Member Hunter. Thinking about David Hunter. Member Runner. You do put an R in front of it, it will happen, you know. Anyway, without objection, members, such will be the order. Ms. Richmond?
Our next matter is item P, other administrative matters. Item P1 is the Executive Director's report.
Welcome, Ms. Bridges.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members. I'm Cynthia Bridges, Executive Director. The first item for the report today deals with the Volunteer Income Tax Assistance Program for 2016. I would like to turn my report over to Bill Hain, who will share the plans for BOE's participation in educating our state residents about California's new Earned Income Tax Assistance Credit via the VITA program.
Welcome, Mr. Hain. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Hi, I'm Bill Hain. I'm the administrator over our customer service and outreach sections at the board, outreach divisions at the Board of Equalization. I was here a couple months ago to give the results on the 2015 VITA, and now we're gearing up for 2016 and the efforts we're going to do that will be forthcoming. This year with the onset of the state EITC, we're looking at expanding our efforts to get more money back into the communities to help our communities through both the VITA and the EITC program, so that will be marketed together. I do have a overview of the actions over the next few months, and then we'll be coming back to the board to report on them as we go through them. I don't know if they were distributed, but here I'd like to have you, it's just a month-by-month high-level summary of what we're doing. We're still in the process of determining the full scale of the operations within each of your equalization districts, and we've been meeting with your staffs or with you in order to make these plans so we can have a more robust VITA program this year. We think it's an important part of our community, and we think we miss out on a lot of dollars in California that are possible for especially our hurting communities, our working poor, to be more successful. And so we look forward to your support as we expand the VITA effort this year.
Thank you, Mr. Hain. We certainly appreciate your efforts in this regard, as well as those of Rafael Zuniga and his efforts to coordinate with all of the members with their unique way, but very effective ways of reaching out into the community to address the perpetuation of poverty in our society. At the same time, we have an opportunity to recapture billions of dollars, which will stimulate the economy, generate more sales tax. But the unique thing about it from the Board of Equalization's perspective, it allows the team members, our team members who participate in, cultural diversity training, goodwill development as well. They learn a little bit about income taxes, and it seems that we need to do more of that these days. Anyway, thank you so very much. Discussion, Member Ma.
Yes, thank you. I see in November that you have volunteer training and certification. So I'm just wondering, what is the plan to train and certify? I understand there's a link on the IRS website where people could go for training, but are we planning to hold live training for people?
We are actually planning on holding some live training in addition to the IRS link where people can register themselves. We're looking at certifying 2 of our people at the Board of Equalization to provide that training internally. We've already been in contact with the IRS with that. Working on, so depending on each district's involvement and the number of volunteers, we can bring the training out to the people is one option. We also have, for the people who've been volunteers in the past, they can self-certify through the website pretty quickly. And so we're in the process of we've been in contact with the IRS. They've agreed to provide volunteers to assist on that training, and we'll also have our people trained, and also we've been communicating with Franchise Tax Board and have their support in that effort.
So how long does the training last, would you say?
We're planning to try to do it within an 8-hour period. There may be some homework for people, but we're trying to get it done if we do use any kind of state time within a 1 day. Chairman, I know you're looking at me like I'm a little bit nuts, and I'm not completely nuts. There's going to be some outside assignments with that, though.
Yeah, 8 hours is a little long, but or be for me to do it.
Well, that we were just looking at as an outside parameter. I wanted to be conservative, so we could make it less.
Too, probably. Just a quick question. What in follow up, what I'd like to know here too is what the FTB outreach efforts are in the earned income tax credit issue. I mean, this is clearly a big deal, but for them, this is their deal. And I'm really interested to see how aggressively that they are going out there as we partner with them.
Yeah,
May I speak?
Oh, sure.
I think his plan is you guys are working with the Franchise Tax Board.
Yes, we are.
FTB has a very aggressive plan. They have a marketing plan to get the word out, looking at postcards as opposed to letters, print media, radio announcements, PSAs, and the focus right now is volunteers. We have a general idea where a large population of the claimants may reside. So we'll be going out into that area. We're also looking at businesses that tend to hire the potential claimants and have them promote the credit as well. And my pitch, since I'm going to be a certified trainer coordinator working sites every weekend, I challenge you, board members, to get trained. Come on out.
All right. There you go. So we have a challenge on the table. Excellent program. I mean, the FTB is collaborating with almost every agency in the state. But I do want to point out that the state program has a threshold that is consistent with those who generally do not file tax returns. And we need to, it's a very unique effort. It's a hand-to-hand combat to be able to reach those individuals, and the traditional media just doesn't get us there. And so to that, in that regard, I actually believe the members in their own respective districts, to the extent that FTB is putting out a word to utilize the members in their respective district, because they're in a position to do that hand-to-hand, contact, reaching the churches and everything of that nature. And that assistance, I think, would be of huge value to those non-filer. Unfortunately, about $180 million on an annual basis goes returned to individuals who need it the most. Thank you, Bill. Just my apologies. Thank you, Mr. Hain, and Raphael as well. We appreciate both your efforts. And I can't see all the way out there, but I think that's my good friend from the personnel that's shifted over, abandoned us. Anyway, I'm just kidding. Thank you very much. We receive and file. Appreciate your efforts, and maybe a report back on the franchise tax board.
Well, I think there was going to be a report anyhow, right? That
Yes.
was the plan. Yeah, at that time.
Okay.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Ms. Bridges.
That concludes that report.
Thank you.
Our next matter is item P12, CROS project update and actions.
Members, I'm pleased to report to the board progress on the CROS procurement, and that the project will be allowed to proceed to receive the receival of final proposals. The due date for the vendors to submit final proposals is October 15th, 2015, and a vendor is expected to be selected in the spring of 2016. On August 31st, 2015, the CROS project team submitted an updated integrated master schedule to the California Department of Technology, hereinafter referred to as CDT. On September 1, the CROS team and BOE executives conducted a walkthrough of the project with the CDT oversight team. On September 9th, 2015, we received notification from the CDT that the latest draft of the IMS was approved. I want to thank all of the members of the CROS team who worked so diligently to update the IMS. Also, as you are aware, our CROS project director, Mr. Eric Steen, who has served CROS with distinction for 3 years, will be departing the BOE on September 23rd. I want to thank him for his guidance and direct project ownership during the procurement and critical pre-implementation phases of CROS. Together, these efforts and the team he assembled have built a foundation that has prepared us for the next phase of the project. I'm sure that you will join me in wishing Eric all the best in his new endeavors. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Discussion, members?
Thank you.
Member Ma?
Yes. So now that Mr. Steen is going to depart, what is the transition plan? Like, who is going to be the lead person on this project?
Currently, we're utilizing the project manager, Kim Brain, also the technical project manager, Mr. Chris Kahui, and our program project manager, Ms. Trista Gonzalez, to help lead us in the project as we embark upon the recruitment process for a new project director.
So are these all individuals within the BOE or with the
Two of them are
California
individuals
Technology?
within the BOE, and one is a contractor. And I do look forward to at least introducing them to each of the members, and I do have a timeline with respect to the recruitment process for the project director that I will be sharing with the members after today.
That'd be great. And
Okay.
perhaps at the next board meeting, if you could also include how much we've spent to date on the project and how much we spend each month. I read the email or the, I guess it's a letter from Rebecca Stilling saying that some staff augmentation is expected but requires more planning. Under resources, ongoing resource planning and management is critical. So I'm just wondering if you can also, anticipate how much more staff and how much more funding is going to be needed, and perhaps try to predict a final cost, and along with your timeline, just so we can get kind of updated numbers now that the California Department of Technology has weighed in.
Certainly. We have some of that information currently that can be provided to you. Some of it we will not be able to provide until, of course, a vendor is selected. But to the extent that we have the capability of doing so today, we will do so.
Member Harkey.
I want to thank you very much, Ms. Bridges, for bringing this back together again. I think the meetings and the working with all the parties was very, very helpful. I also would encourage all the board members to pull down the website for CROS that is on our internal website, and it will list the people that are involved, and I think you can see the depth is really there. There's a lot of BOE people and some outside, and Ms. Brain is listed at the top of the ranks there. I've called to see who would possibly take the place. I've asked Eric who might possibly step in, and it seems like we're all in good hands on every level, including the procurement phase. So I want to thank you very much for pulling this all together.
Thank you.
Further discussion, let me echo that. Thank you so very much. I mean, it was a bit of a challenge there, but I think we got there, and part of this is just part of the natural evolution that requires an adjustment and the passing of the baton. And I think we're successful in that. The relatively small delay that we had, if you look at a construction contract and so forth, and all those delays that occurs, I think it was managed well. And look forward to the success and ongoing management of this effort. Thank you to your team and to your entire crew. Appreciate it. Board will receive and file.
I do want to stress that it was a team effort. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? None. Board will receive and file. Ms. Richmond?
Our next matter is item P3, Sales and Use Tax and Special Tax and Fees Deputy Director's Report. Item P31, Informational Report on the 2016 Hazardous Substances Fees and Occupational Lead Poisoning Prevention Fee Rates.
Good afternoon, Chairman Horton, members. I'm Lynn Bartolo, Acting Deputy Director, Special Taxes and Fees Department. BOE administers 5 tax and fee programs for the Department of Toxic Substance Control, and we administer the Occupational Lead Poisoning Prevention Fee for the Department of Public Health. We are required by statute to adjust the fee rates of these programs each year. These fee adjustments, as prescribed in the Health and Safety Code, are calculated based on changes in the Consumer Price Index, as published by the California Department of Industrial Relations. There was a 1.285% increase in the CPI from June 30, 2014 to June 30, 2015. The various rates for these programs have been adjusted accordingly, and the new rates will go into effect on January 1st for the 2016 calendar year. This concludes my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Discussion members, congratulations again.
Award-winning report.
Board will receive and file. Ms. Richmond?
Our next matter is item P32, Revenue and Taxation Code Section 6355, Coins and Bullion Bulk Sale Threshold for 2016.
Welcome again, Ms. Bartolo. Please introduce yourself for the record.
I'm Lynn Bartolo, Acting Deputy Director, Sales and Use Tax Department. I'm here to provide an informational report on the sales and use tax exemption threshold for the bulk sale of coins and bullion. A bulk sale of coins and bullion is defined as a single transaction with a market value of $1,500 or more. By October 1st each year, BOE is required to index the exemption threshold based on changes to the California Consumer Price Index. Revenue and Taxation Code Section 6355 provides that the bulk sale threshold will change when the cumulative CPI adjustment equals or exceeds a multiple of $500. There was an increase of 1.285% in the CPI from June 30, 2014 to June 30, 2015. However, the cumulative total does not require a change, so the bulk sales exemption of $1,500 will remain in effect for the 2016 calendar year. This concludes my report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Seeing, hearing none, the board will receive and file. Thank you very much. Ms. Richmond?
Next are those items that were taken under submission. Our first matter is item B1, Ameristar Casinos and Subsidiaries.
Item B1, where am
B1.
I? B1. I'll make a motion to grant the taxpayer's appeal.
Second.
Member Harkey moves to grant, second by Member Runner. Discussion, members?
Just two comments. The first one, I know we had a lot of discussion about the local business taxes and whether or not those taxes are deductible for California franchise tax purposes. And I want the members to know that I'm going to ask the Franchise Tax Board to do a legal analysis on those taxes and if necessary, a chief counsel ruling so that we have clarity. With respect to the issue at hand, I know there's a motion and then there's a second, and I do oppose that motion because I see that it's a tax measured on income, and the statute is clear that when you have a tax measured on income, it's not deductible for California franchise tax purposes. I understand and respect their argument that it's a privilege tax, and the regulation seems to indicate that a privilege tax is deductible, but the controlling law is going to be the statute for me. And if you have a privilege tax that's based on income, based on statute, it won't be deductible. And I basically see it very similar to the California franchise income tax, which is a privilege tax for the business of doing business in California. If any other state had a franchise income tax measured on income, it would not be deductible. So it's in the same vein. Taxes measured on income, non-deductible for California income tax purposes. So I do object to the motion.
Okay. I share those concerns. I think the law is very, very clear. It's not ambiguous at all. And the wagering is income. Tax on the wagering would be considered a tax on the income or gross receipts. And therefore, unfortunately, we can't deduct it. The challenges that face in addressing the various different other taxes is a separate issue. It's not relative to the facts in this case, and therefore I'm voting no. There's a motion and a second. Objection noted. Further discussion, members? Ms. Richmond, please call the roll.
Mr. Horton?
No.
Ms. Harkey?
Aye.
Mr. Runner?
Aye.
Ms. Ma?
No.
Ms. Dowers?
No.
Motion fails.
Ms. Richmond?
Motion fails.
No, next item.
Motion
No,
failed.
we got to,
Motion failed.
Oh,
motion failed.
Move to sustain the franchise tax board.
okay. Member Stowart moves to sustain the franchise tax board, second by Member Ma. Without objection, members? Objection noted. Ms. Richmond, please call, discussion, members? Ms. Richmond, please call the roll.
Mr. Horton?
Aye.
Ms. Harkey?
No.
Mr. Runner?
No.
Ms. Ma?
Aye.
Ms. Dowers?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Process. Ms. Richmond, next matter.
Our next matter is B3, John Nafeh and Ursula G. Berger Nafeh.
Is there a motion, members? Discussion, members.
Just comment.
Member Stowart.
I know FTB gave 3 or 4 different reasons on why they felt like it was not a qualified trader business. And I do follow some of the comments of how could you say that there's a brokerage service when they did not have a brokerage license. I do have a problem with that. But I do see that it was an investment type business. And the reason why I see that is because their customers were basically making investments when they were buying these hedge street contracts, and their customers were doing buying, selling, or hedging for the purpose of making a profit. And for that, I see that hedge street was not a qualified business for the small business stock exclusion.
Yeah. I would concur.
motion?
But,
Is that a motion?
Is there a motion?
No, I didn't know if, I was asking
Yeah.
if that was a motion.
I was just giving my,
Okay,
my.
I got it.
My thought process here.
I would concur. I mean, but, FTB, it wasn't all that clear in the testimony. I mean, I had to go to the briefings in order to sort of extract that out and spend the extra time and energy to read the briefings to establish what the definition of an investment is, wherein you don't have to have a license at all. It is a service, and any time that there's an exchange of an instrument, investment instrument, thereby is the process. And the skills and expertise of the appellant that established that and received the patent for it, and that is what develops and sets in motion the opportunity to invest. And relative to eBay, if eBay was to participate in selling or providing opportunities for individuals to exchange investment tools, then it too would be subject to disqualified in this case. So I just do wish the FTB had did a better job clarifying that. Member Harkey?
Where I'm hitting a roadblock is with the trust accounts and management of the trust accounts, and whether or not the funds, I mean, they did manage trust accounts. They did have monies for investment purposes. And so that's where that was my one issue. I think that it was a website and they truly didn't interact, but it was the fact that the money was on deposits, they controlled the trust accounts, even though they got the fees. I kind of think it was for investment purposes as well.
So we'll take that as a motion from Member Stovall, second by Member Harkey, to sustain FTB. Without objection, members, such will be the order. Ms. Richmond?
Our last matter is C2, Alan Levitz.
Okay, I've got a motion here that I do believe that Mr. Levitz was the responsible party. Where I'm having a problem is that his ability to pay once they went into the liquidation thereof. And so I would like to approve staff recommendation, but waive the prepayment penalty, the late return penalty, and the cost recovery. I think they did collect the taxes and they owed the taxes. So that would be my motion.
And that's saying that the penalties, the corporation had reasonable cause for not.
He in essence was acting for the corporation at that point. He was he was the responsible party, and we're dueling the individual as the responsible party, and he was the responsible party for the corporation. Now, I don't believe that he purposefully did not pay. I do believe he probably got poor legal advice, but I do think he's responsible for the taxes. They collected the taxes, they're responsible for the taxes and the interest, but the penalties I would be willing to waive.
Second.
Maybe a question of appeals. I just need a little clarity. How do we distinguish the two, the liability versus the penalty? I mean, if you're a responsible party, any penalties associated, you're also. And the other, I didn't really hear an argument from the taxpayer.
With regard to the
any
collection.
facts presented to the case.
For the collection cost recovery fee?
Yeah.
There should have
I
been.
mean, I like to do it.
There should have been evidence. They get an individual notice that they've got an outstanding liability, that they need to pay within 90 days or enter into a payment plan. There's no evidence or testimony or argument as for the failure to keep it outstanding, for the failure to not pay it within 90 days or to not get into, I got too many negatives, to not get into a payment plan. It remained outstanding for more than 90 days without a payment or a payment plan with no explanation for why. So we haven't heard reasonable cause for the CCRF, collection cost recovery fee. Ms. Harkey's motion does suggest a reasonable basis for relieving the other penalties, which is the bankruptcy, the liquidation, and the inability to pay those timely. That's as to the corporation. So there's a difference between the corporate penalties and the one penalty on the individual.
And break those down for me then. What are the penalties on the individual and what are the penalties on the corporation?
There's only one on the individual, which is the collection cost recovery fee, and I believe it's late payment and late prepayment on the corporation.
Okay, so the other one is $5,273, and then there's a late return fee of $3,721. Who pays for the corporation in that case? If he's the responsible party, I thought he was
Liable.
Finding relief, in order to relieve it in this specific individual's case, you're finding that the corporation had reasonable cause to relieve. So relieving the two penalties, other than the CCRF, would relieve it here and as to the corporation, although I don't know the status of our collection with the corporation, but it relieves it in both cases.
Well, is there still an existing corporation?
I don't believe so, but I understood you to say, how would we be relieving it as to the corporation? Finding relief here relieves it.
I'll leave my motion, and I think I've got a second for it, but I just want to kind of discuss where this is all going, and I think we're still looking to Mr. Levitz to pay, ultimately, are we not?
Yes, but if you relieve the two penalties as to the corporation, he would get that refunded.
Oh, refunded?
Because he's paid penalties and interest penalties and tax in full.
Oh.
So finding of relief would give him relief of those two penalties. If you were to find relief of the CCRF, it would relieve that as well.
Would give the corporation.
In this case, he paid the tax, he would get that money back, but it would reduce the amount owed by the corporation, which is probably an academic exercise.
Okay, well, let me withdraw my motion then, and I'll just approve staff recommendation.
Okay, second.
Sorry. I didn't understand that.
So-
Are you okay?
Okay.
Member Harkey moves to approve. Member Harkey moves to approve staff recommendations, second by Member Stalwart without objection. Members, such will be the order. I just felt there's enough confusion with all this.
There was a lot of confusion because of the
Anyway.
corporation being involved.
Ms. Richmond,
That concludes our business for today.
period, right? Today, as if till there's another day. Threw me off a little bit there. Thank you, members, and to all the guests who attended here. The Board of Equalization is hereby adjourned. We look forward to seeing you in the next opportune time.
him, but not necessarily
Yeah.
give him.